Okay, well, we are back live here for part number 3 of the race here at Daytona International Speedway, brought to you by Freaky Fast Broadcasting, and we're watching Cat 5 esports run out there of their team and other drivers out on the track here in this split here on iRacing.com. If you're looking for a sim game or anything like that, guys, go out and, or ladies, don't matter. Go out and check out iRacing.com. Go and sign up and see if this is something in the future that you would like to do, run a 24-hour event like this. But with that being said, we left part number 3 with somebody coming up in the booth that we haven't talked to in a long time. And I know chat hasn't talked to you or seen you out on track very much here, but you said you are back. And also Sam was noting on a little bit of drama on Twitter on the 24-hour event that he filled me in with, and we'll let the viewers know a little bit about that.
Yeah, there's last couple of weeks, there's been some drama building up around the Le Mans series virtual race that happened just a week ago. Well, interesting, some drivers not happy with iRacing in some fashions, but because they're kind of making some non-realistic moves, drivers bump drafting and causing some wrecks and kind of blaming the iRacing service when you're making a move that you probably shouldn't be making otherwise, only because this is virtual. Drivers are willing to try bump drafting. We saw that earlier in those first 2 hours where Vincent Sora was being bump drafted by that of the Premier Hunters team, and we were having our hearts kind of dropping because we weren't sure how that was going to work. Luckily everyone made it through, but obviously not the situations that you want to be having for drivers, and we're hoping everyone can keep to their P's and Q's throughout the night and no longer bump drafting with one another, recognizing that there is a risk involved. But also, touched on it, got someone joining us. Hunter Hayward is up in the booth with us. Hunter, how have you been doing?
Well, hello, Sam, and hello, everybody else. I've been doing pretty well. I know it's been I would say a hiatus between me and Freaky Fast Broadcasting, but I'm glad to be back and introducing myself with this fun 24-hour special event. So I'm glad to be here in the booth with you guys.
I mean, Hunter, we were kind of talking, trying to catch up quickly as getting ourselves situated for part 3. We still got another half of this racing to go. But man, Hunter, watching endurance racing, when was the last time that you were a part of any iRacing event, let alone an endurance race for yourself?
Well, the last endurance race I was in was actually the I think it was an 8-hour race. We had some special event here with Freaky Fast at Daytona. It wasn't as long. It might have only been 4 hours, but I've actually never been a part of a 24-hour race at all. So I'm happy that I wasn't in this one today. I am still in school, so I can't afford one of these races. It would destroy my sleep schedule. So I'm glad I I wasn't a part of this, though. I'm really happy for the cause that they're putting on, though. It's a great cause. It's awesome that all these guys are coming together, just having fun on a Saturday night and coming out and racing for a good cause. But like you touched on, Sam, it's been a minute racing with you guys or commentating or anything with you guys on Freaky Fast. I do still race with a former league that was broadcasted by Freaky Fast, Sim Racing Unleashed. I still race with them. It's still a fun little league, but now that I'm a little bit more free with my schedule, I'm looking forward to coming and racing with WSSR, and hopefully you guys will be hearing my name and seeing me a lot more often on track with Freaky Fast, and I look forward to having another future with you guys.
I mean, we're excited for that, and I'm happy to hear that you're planning on coming for WSSR. I know this upcoming season got a couple of drivers hoping to show up and perform well. Everyone's kind of gunning for Vincent Sora, the 2-time champ. I mean, Robert, I know this has been a crazy day for us in the ups and downs, but you got any questions here for Hunter as he's here?
Not right now. I'm just sharing the stream as of right now as you guys are talking. So if you can give me about 5 minutes here, I will blab my mouth off.
All right. Well, I know there's another driver that wanted to join in the fray as well. So we're going to be bringing in Steven Stimpian with us. Steven, you got us?
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, Steven, I know you've been watching, been commentating, I mean, in chatting with us as the day's been going on. We're past halfway. How are you feeling for this middle of the day? About to be evening for some. I know it's evening time for you guys over the East Coast.
Feeling pretty good, man. Team's doing really good. Good to see. You know, they're doing a heck of a job. So excited to see that. It's been a fun day of watching.
Oh, I'm happy you've been enjoying your time as getting ourselves again situated. Part 3. We still have part 4. Each part about 6 hours long. As right now, Category 5 dominating right now with. It's crazy to think. For these guys, 7 laps now ahead of the rest of the field. I mean, we'll start out with you, Hunter, and then Snip, you can bring out your thoughts. But having this big of a gap, I mean, this has got to be feeling pretty nice for a team that's, at this point, doesn't have to really push at all.
Yeah, definitely. Well, welcome, Steven. It's been a while. I haven't talked to you in a minute, but I'm glad to see you here, Snip, and I'm glad to be back in the booth as well. But I don't have much experience on endurance racing. However, I definitely know that when you have a 7-lap gap, it's really comfortable. I mean, you know that you could even make a lot of mistakes and still be in this race by 5-6 laps. I mean, you can. It's obviously I wouldn't want to get into a wrecking situation, but definitely just lay back. You're on cruise control. Just go as slow as you can, but still go quickly. But don't run hot on your heels, and just kind of, like I said, you're on cruise control. And I'm guessing Stemps probably had more experience on endurance racing than me, so he can probably give you a little bit more details.
Actually, no, but I know how much these guys prepare for it. So they did a heck of a job preparing for it, getting ready for this event, and it shows out there. It's nice to have a little bit of a gap. You can kind of take it easy now. Just run your own race. Nerves are obviously a lot less than it was in the first 2-3 stints this morning. So you gotta feel good about that. You can kind of run your own race, and I'm sure the laid back styles doing them some favors. I mean, I know if I'm laid back and I'm feeling good about a race, it's you don't make that many mistakes. You're not nervous. You're not worried about anything. You just hitting your marks, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hitting those marks, just staying comfortable is where they're at. And honestly, laid back is what we're doing here today as well. Just I know earlier we were having conversations about different foods that are going on, but I know you guys come in as drivers. Stemp, I know we've been watching some of the races that you've been a part of. You've testing out the Wicked Racing League on Wednesday nights. Are you planning on coming back for another season of WSSR, or are you gonna watch this season as they go on by?
No, I am for sure coming back.
How are you guys feeling about this new year of racing season? It always seems like the beginning of the year is when everyone kind of gets back into, maybe take a month off or maybe even more over the winter time and holidays. How are you guys feeling with the new year and getting ready for these seasons that are, some are already started and others that are getting prepared?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I've had a little bit of break the last couple of months. I had one league that just finished up, full season, and we've had a couple of months off, so I haven't really been doing much racing other than Wednesday the last couple of weeks, and that's been nice. It's gonna be good to get back into the swing of things on Saturday. And I got another league starting up on Sundays in March, so I'm excited for it. The schedule looks good for WSSR too. I know Zach and the gang have a lot of exciting things to announce soon, so looking forward to that. I think it's going to be a heck of a season. Nice to get back into the next gen stuff and see what happens.
Hey, quick question to you, Stempian. You said you're starting back up in March on Sunday, so I'm assuming you're going to be racing MPI. Is that where I got to go watch you?
I am on Sunday nights. I'm back at MPI for my second season. Got my rookie season done, so I'm back on Sundays.
Nice.
Looking forward to that.
I was gonna say now through different leagues, we don't want to compare league to league and anything like that because I know MPI is pretty tough and everything like that. But what are you expecting going into Sunday night there? Because you got some tough drivers that you race on Wednesday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. So basically, answer that question. And each night, what are you feeling you could do? I mean, I know the goal is to get it, win a champion, and all three of them would be awesome. But what's your goal coming into the 2023 season? Getting one season under your belt with this new next gen car. That we've all, as people don't know, we learned this car just last year was put into iRacing, and we are learning the quirks and what the car wants to do and things like that. And as they were updating it, and then you're relearning the car again. So, in short terms, what are you looking for in the 2023 season in your league wise and stuff like that?
Well, definitely, last season, like you said, was the first, I ran a full length season as well as, a couple of half seasons with WSSR and on Saturdays and stuff with the next gen. And, it was a learning curve last season. Obviously, doing the full length season really helped me learn the car because we were at almost every track that NASCAR does. So I got a little bit used to that, and obviously I know iRacing's still coming out with updates, the setups and stuff, but I mean the car still how it drives. But I feel like after last season and that full length season had 4 wins, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Which exceeded my expectations. It's a pretty
Dominant.
I mean, they got some dominant guys over there.
Yeah.
But I feel like racing with all these guys, Hunter as well, back in the SRU days, and all the guys at Cat 5, they, we all kind of try to compete against each other. The competitiveness is just so on such a high level, which I love. You learn something from somebody that you may have not known or whatever. And that's one thing I feel like I'm always learning, week in, week out, every track. And now, going Wednesday nights, I look at Wednesday nights as kind of like my laid back, have fun. It's I already have my season long of stress and practicing, 3-4 hours a week for races coming up on Sundays, just getting dialed in and stuff. But I look at Wednesdays as kind of like a just fun, laid back, relax league, and have a good time. And then Saturdays, obviously, with these guys, you gotta be on your A game. For WSSR, especially with Vincent over there, winning back-to-back championships. So, it's just a lot of firsts last year. I think I won Talladega with WSSR, got my first win there. Couple of poles and stuff. Didn't really have a season that I wanted there, with some bad luck and stuff. But just looking to step up my game as much as I can, and heck, I'd love to win a championship in one of these leagues one of these days. After putting in so much time, over the year, I've been, you've been watching me for what, 3-4 years now.
Yep.
Being back since SIU, so I've come close a few times in most leagues that I've been in. So it's nice to know that I'm competitive still. But just looking forward to. I know MPI on Sundays we're doing a shorter season.
Really?
Kind of like a half season, 20 weeks.
Oh.
Or something like that, I think. So not full length, thankfully, because full length season can take a lot out of you. That was pretty.
That was grueling.
Yeah, it was. But I mean, I had a blast. Obviously, you have a fun time doing it.
Over there, are you signing up with the same team again, or is that do they change rosters?
So I am actually leaving. I left the team that I was on.
Oh, okay.
Because the team teammate won the championship, so
Right.
yeah, I want to kind of leave and compete against him. Have different pitch strategies and stuff. We all kind of have similar pitch strategies, but yeah, looking forward to the team. I'm leaving
What team
Chevy.
did you sign up with?
So it's not named yet. We have
okay.
we have a team name, but it's
Okay.
coming out soon.
Okay.
But looking forward to it.
So basically, pay attention to Steven Stempian on Sunday night. See what team he comes out with that announcement. I'll be paying attention because honestly, when I'm not broadcasting you, Steven, and this is with any drivers that I do know, I literally follow along and tag along wherever you guys go. like I'm following. It's like, oh, what's Steven doing tonight? Oh, he got wrecked out. Crap. Okay, move on to the next guy.
Yep, yeah, and I've seen you chatting in there and stuff. Obviously I appreciate all the support from, all the guys and you and all the guys at Cat 5 too. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty pumped about Saturdays though too.
Yeah.
Obviously being back with you guys, Freaky Fast Racing, and
Nice.
seeing what we can do. But yeah, looking forward to that. We got a pretty good schedule out there. I know it was announced today at 1 p.m. So
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
looking forard to that.
I didn't even know the schedule. I didn't look at it yet, but I seen it was announced.
Yeah, I saw that. We tweeted that earlier today, which you want to check out my handle. It's StemPizzle at StemPizzle for those out there. But, yeah, looking forward to it. I'm excited. It's always nice having you guys broadcast. You guys are my day ones. So you guys are on. You guys do. And you do a hell of a job. I mean, today's been great. Obviously, you guys finally got some rest. I hope you guys are rested up for a few hours here.
Not really, but
No.
we're good.
Sam's probably happy that I'm here because I
We'll
can
survive.
keep talking. So
We'll survive. We're gonna make it through. That's for sure.
we'll
And,
make it through.
yeah. Well, Hunter, I know that you're doing SRU stuff. You said that's one of the leagues that you're working with. How's that been going for yourself, and how have you been performing in that side of things?
It's been pretty good. Still all the guys over there that you remember calling, all the day ones, kind of like Stemp said. All the admins, Robbie Darnell, Dave Bush, all those types of guys. Still a great league. I really enjoy racing with them. It's just as fun as when you guys called it. I wish you guys still called it. It's a really, really fun league. Great races week in and week out. Really competitive still. So I really enjoy it still. I look forward to Sundays every single week with them. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to trying to get into any type of league over here with SRU, or not SRU, with you guys at Freaky Fast. And hopefully, whatever day it may land on, I'm just trying to get back into racing with you guys. Kind of like Steven Stempian said, my very first league actually was with you guys. So it's in, I believe, 2020 of August, and it was actually at Daytona as well. So yeah, it's been a while.
Me feel old.
Yeah, it's definitely been a minute, but just everything I kind of look back on, it kind of started here, so it's always like a great place to kind of call home. But I definitely enjoy all the certain thing, all the kind of things I've done here with all the other leagues. I remember RSR. I raced on Freaky Fest for a while.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I remember doing some endurance races with you guys, SRU obviously for a while. So I mean, it's just been it's been a roller coaster of all types of racing, all types of leagues. So commentating as well. I remember commentating with you for a while, Sam,
Yeah.
and all those things were really fun.
A fun fact, me and Hunter used to be teammates at SRU.
That's right, Smoke Inc.
I haven't talked to Hunter in a long time over the mic. Last time I helped him was Podium 500 last year when he was trying. I was sparring for him.
Right.
How about
That's
that?
right.
It's been a year almost, guys.
Almost.
It's brought a reunion here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where's my popcorn?
Yeah.
Where's the champagne?
Where's the champagne?
Man.
Oh no, we got someone on the turn one went around. I don't know if that was a Cat 5 car.
No,
No,
it was
he's clean stuff.
sadly the driver that went around, I believe, was Finding Nemo Racing.
Oh,
Oh,
again, no, Finding Nemo.
come on, you're finding them the wrong way.
They got some cold tires. They were not prepared for them. And into
I'll tell you,
pit
this
road.
car, this Cat 5's car, they that paint scheme looks beautiful, huh?
Oh, it's so nice. And right now, we're actually going to switch. Zach is supposed to get out of the car on this stop, and Brian's supposed to hop in for
we
a
got
double stint here.
Brian coming back in.
Yeah, from what we understand, Snippy and us. And I don't know why I can never call you by your first name. I've always just called you Stemp.
It's okay. You still can. I'm here.
I don't know why. I just noticed that. I'm like, I don't even say his first name. I just call him Stemp. But now I just totally forgot what I was going to say. Oh,
Yeah, it's
that's
been,
right. Now I remember. What they're doing is and Sam's got the schedule. They're doing more rotations. This second half of the first half of the second half of the first half of the 24-hour. Oh boy, Sam can explain better.
Yeah, so the first half of this race is everyone's gonna do a triple stint.
Just triple stints,
And
yeah.
they were gonna let everyone get their rounds, and then from about that of 5:20 is when they started it, Eastern, and they're gonna be sticking with doing a double
Doubles.
stint and switching every driver until about
Vincent at 5:40.
yeah 5:40 is when
I got the
Vinny's gonna
inside
go
too,
in.
you know.
Hey, stop looking at my notes,
Sorry,
okay?
I got the same
Get
notes.
out of the notes.
I'm sorry, I'm in the notes.
That's it.
But yeah,
tell
I'm
your dad
out.
you're coming up in the booth one of these nights.
I know. I'm looking forward to that midnight shift with Cedric. I told him I was gonna hang out with him for a little bit at midnight, so
Oh, okay.
that's gonna be. I'm looking forward to that. Now, are we when are we expecting daytime? What time are we in right now?
Oh, good
Well,
question.
currently we are at 2:31 in sim, so
2:31
we still
in.
have quite a bit to go.
Yeah, we have quite a bit. How many laps have we done? We have 477. Is that right?
Yeah, 477 is the leader right now.
How about that, boys? Huh?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Isn't that just wild?
They're expected to do about 900, maybe a little bit more than that. It's mainly on their pace. If they slow down, they won't hit 900. If they build up and want to put some burners down, then we could easily go over 900.
That's mind blowing.
Now, so I don't know too much about obviously these types of cars and stuff, and I was trying to pick you
bring
guys'
Zach up
brain. Yeah, I was trying to pick the brain earlier because I'm obviously a NASCAR guy with the trucks, Cup, Xfinity. Never really expanded my horizon outside of that. But pit stop wise, what was that? About 20, 25 seconds?
About 31 seconds
31.
in their box that they're staying. It could be 31 to 33, mattering on how much fuel they're taking in, tires wise, and
Driver change.
driver change seems to add about a second or two.
Okay.
At times, other moments, it doesn't add any time. It's very unsure what you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
But when you got a 7-lap lead, it's not too difficult to worry about. A few seconds here or there.
Yeah, and to kind of take it easy. Now, I just downloaded these cars so I could watch live because I'm watching them live as well as you guys' stream. And the car sounds amazing, huh? For being a hybrid.
Oh, it's a beauty.
I tell you, if you got time, I mean to interrupt you there, Sam, but we have to get Zach back down here, and he can explain to you how it builds the battery system and how this, as we have a car spun around there, which how it all works. Like, he went through an encyclopedia earlier, and I totally lost me.
Yeah, I think Zach came in, looking back at the time, he hopped in right around the time Brian was getting set up. So I believe that was in our first 2 hours. If you go back to part 1, you can listen to Zach. I think it went on for like 20 or 30 minutes breaking down these cars.
I was trying my best earlier to listen and work at the same time. Sadly, I had work today most of the shift, but I was watching a good amount.
Yeah, he is the most technological guy when it comes down to the cars. He can build incredible setups with Road to Pro and all the drivers. He's the mechanical guy, and when I was with Cat 5 over with Stemp and all the Cat 5 guys, yeah, it would just be practicing with him, and he would be doing the little things. Just okay, well, it's just a little loose in turn 1 and just a little tight off exit, and he'd make one little adjustment, and then the setup would be perfect, and all these things. And he would sit there week after week, maybe 8 to 10 hours total, just practicing, working on those setups, and he would get it perfect. And I mean, he would. I remember I actually was a crew chief for Cedric Hunter a few seasons back for Road to Pro, and he was just telling me like, hey, if he's telling you this, make this adjustment, or all these things, take a pound off of the rear spring, all those things. And it's just crazy. I mean, he can tell you everything when it comes to a stock car, when it comes to the endurance cars he's driving, when it comes to all of these little cars and all of the little things that make a difference with it. It's incredible. Zach Hall is the brains of a race car driver.
Yeah, it
Yeah, I
is.
feel like him and Brian are pretty dialed in when it comes to cars and setups and stuff. I know Brian works on them, or Light works on them in real life. Not race cars, but just
Cars
in general. Yeah.
Oh,
Now,
man,
Robin,
okay.
I know, not to change subjects off
ahead.
the endurance here, but I know you guys have a Daytona 500 event coming up.
Yeah, we do.
Nice.
I understand there's like 6 more slots left, and we raised over $600 already. So yeah, it's we did our first annual last year, and iRacing jumped aboard and helped us out with that. So we give them a big props for that. And we raised about $800 for that last year for juvenile diabetes. And this year we decided we were gonna do the 6-hour event before this event, but iRacing got the schedule out a little later than what we wanted to wait for, because we didn't have dates and didn't want to conflict with people's lives and things like that. So we just settled on the Daytona 500 full length race, and for juvenile diabetes, and it's going to be awesome. It's going to be fun. I hope everybody can either join in or just come up in the chat and support it and share it, and let's have some fun, because that's what it's all about. Getting a cure for juvenile diabetes and just diabetes in general. Like, I've been dealing with it, like I said in the first part of this broadcast. When we first started up, Sam asked me that question, and anybody that's just tuning in now that don't know me very well, I'm diabetic. Been diabetic since I was 20, right before I turned 21 years old, and I'm 47 now, so 27 years, give or take. I've been, with diabetes. And I deal with it every day. I wake up every day, and I got to go through the highs and the lows and the sickness and the headaches and plugging and not feeling good, and still trying to do life in general stuff, and just it's not about the food, okay? We all know that watch what you eat and you do what you need to do, but just the fatigue and the physical, mental aspect of it could physically drain you down, and when you're having bad days, it's tough. So when it comes to kids, it comes dear to my heart that we got to find a cure. There's got to be something that we can do so these kids or teenagers can have a life growing up not feeling, awful their whole life, and things like that, because it is manageable. Thank God. We have things to manage, diabetes, but there's got to be a cure, and not just for diabetes, guys. I'm going to go off a little subject here. Anything out there, cancer, all these other diseases that we have and things like that. With our life and our technology, I say this to everybody, there is no reason why we don't have better systems in place for cancer, diabetes, things like that. Here we are sitting watching an iRacing game on the internet with guys all around the world driving around, and here we are talking on Discord, watching them do it, and we can't come up with something really simple. I'm sorry. That drives me nuts.
I definitely.
All right, I'm done ramping now.
I definitely feel you there, though. I mean, all the technology in the world nowadays, but now that is going to be on February 11th. This
Yes.
event, is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
Sam can tune in a little bit more on that.
Mhm.
Got to give credit to Zach Hall for getting this all set up. He's been the master brains behind it. Sam's got like all the notes on everything that's going on. And I'll be honest with you, with me doing 4 to 5 nights of broadcasting, it's kind of hard for me to focus on that. I
Hmm.
mean, I'm there doing it and trying to help out, but I got to make sure I'm doing everything else, on 5 other nights, on 2 nights of off nights that we have, to prepare to give the best broadcasting on iRacing um, that we can give possible under, the Freaky Fast umbrella. Well, I don't want to say umbrella, but or just broadcasting in general, because
Hmm.
we all have goals and we all want to build and go somewhere eventually with what we work hard and dearly love.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. I'm excited for you guys. I want to take part in it because obviously it's a good cause, but I am
Gotta work.
President's Week. President's Weekend is the week after for us here in the Northeast, so that's a big selling weekend. And I was lucky enough to
Oh,
get the weekend before off because it's my 35th birthday, and the wife is taking me away for the weekend, so I will
there you
not
go.
be around, sadly. But I would, me in Daytona, and obviously I'd love to support a good cause, but
Oh, it's
um,
understandable.
Yeah, and the February 11th, you guys said.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
gonna be February 11th. It's gonna be at 6 p.m. Eastern, so give people time to get in. And what was interesting, when we originally scheduled it, we were thinking, all right, we want to do a nighttime but allow people to get in. We didn't realize that Podium, they were gonna have their Podium 500 qualifiers that day as well. But
Whoops.
luckily, based off the times that they have set up for their last chance qualifiers and their duels, that will be actually be when their racing is done, is right when our event starts up. So it's going to be a full day of Daytona if people are watching
that's
on the sim
exciting.
side of things.
Sounds exciting. Now I want to. You guys got me wanting to sign up. I actually, I'm still in high school right now. For you guys who don't know, out there, but the 11th, on the morning of the 11th, I'm going to take my ACT for colleges. So I should be good at 6 p.m. I'll have to find out where and when I can sign up, but that'll be that's something that sounds fun. I've taken place in the Podium 500 the past 2-3 years, and so I think it'd be fun to do it with Freaky Fast rather than Podium.
Yeah, and then that's gonna signups are in our community Discord, which just got pinned, which is our Discord in the chat. So all you have to do is just a $5 minimum and get your spot. It's first come, first serve to get the initial spots, but we are allowing reserve drivers if those spots get filled up. Because we got a feeling that some drivers probably aren't going to be able to completely get into the race. So sign up as soon as you can. Again, $5 minimum, but we know plenty of drivers have already donated saying wish you could be part of this, but we just can't make it. Still want to help the cause.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't mind trying to help toss a few bucks for a donation, even though I'm not racing.
Oh, we have some drivers that did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian from Thursday night. Actually, his wife works with juvenile diabetes, and he chimed in. He's like, "Hey, I got to work and I can't help, but here, thank you for doing it." So yeah, I mean, people can donate $1. I don't. It
Mhm.
doesn't matter. It helps. It all goes to the cause. We don't benefit anything out of this at all. It all goes to juvenile diabetes, and that's been, like I said, the mastermind behind this, guys. And anybody that goes back and watches part 3 of this, he's been talking to the lady at juvenile diabetes. We've hit our goal of 500. We've surpassed that. We got some gifts that are going to be getting sent out to me probably, and what we're going to do, and I'm thinking is take the drivers that entered and just do a random draw. And if you win, give me your address, and I will mail you um, the prizes that we get from them. But we got to hit our goals, and the only way to get bigger prizes is we got to raise more money. So wherever that ends is what I can. So if we have 3 gifts to give away, well, we'll give 3 away. If we have 4, we'll give 4. You know what I mean? It all goes to the community, back to you guys, and whoever helps, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
That's the one thing that's really cool for us to be a part of is this year, actually being connected with those that are with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation and their Game to Gives program. And, we were like, well, why not this year we actually reach out and see where we can get. And it's been incredible to see kind of them reaching out, wanting to help us and us reaching out in the ways that we can help as well. Trying to make this a lot bigger than last year's 6 hours of Daytona, which, kind of was a, hey, let's just try this out, see what happens type of a thing that kind of blew up a lot bigger than I think any of us could have predicted. And we're excited for this year and the way that it's blown up. Again, way bigger and faster than we ever could have imagined.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good for you guys. I'm extremely happy for you guys. So that's great. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Another thing I love, speaking of, changing subjects again.
We'll change subject all night.
We're probably going to do that a lot. But how cool is watching these lights at night off the cars, the headlights?
Yeah.
I forgot to change cameras for you, Sam. Maybe in part 4 we'll get that Ferris wheel thingy going for you, the spinny thing.
We could still do the aerial shot and see what the infield's looking like now. I know before we got to see when the sun was just about to go completely set.
The moon was over.
We've been periodically checking out all the different ways. This track's been interesting as get our aerial view of what the track's looking like now and seeing how everything's being lit up, and a lot more lit up, I would say, than it was before. They can't really even see the water on the lake. It's just a black void at this point.
Fish are sleeping. Good question. Do fish sleep?
I believe so.
They do actually, yeah.
Okay. Good answer, guys. I got a 75-gallon fish tank downstairs, and my second passion is aquariums. So I actually get fascinated by them and just sit and watch fish. So I know it sounds weird, but that's my thing.
Yeah, we all have our own.
Awesome.
We have our own little things that we enjoy. I know another thing I enjoy
your
is
mom's
football.
pastry.
Yeah, my mom makes some pretty good pastries. I made you so mad the other night.
Yeah, I was mad.
The other night, everyone wasn't able to eat, and I was just. My mom made some mini bundt cakes, and I was just like showing them off while we were on our cameras, getting things situated. As we've got future projects that we're trying to get set up here at Freaky Fast Broadcasting for future content. I know that last year was testing out highlight videos and hype trailers for the ISRC truck series, kind of using them as our guinea pigs, and also making the long run content, and got all 5 episodes done for the behind the scenes of their season 3 playoffs.
Which was crazy.
And we got even more content trying to get prepared for 2023, which is great to see. But I know I've been watching the football game, and the Eagles are up 7-0. We're changing the subjects as well, and they're about to score again.
Oh,
I know
I was hoping the Giants
fan, right,
would be
Robert?
a little bit more competitive in that game.
I think Robert's a big Eagles fan, right?
He's a Steelers fan.
Oh, Steelers, that's right.
Steelers.
Other part of
over there and
Pennsylvania.
smack you, boy.
It's all right. Hunter can't figure out which team he likes.
Okay, all right now.
He's rooting for
Hey,
Jacksonville.
me and Robert can both agree that not making the playoffs definitely hurts.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're a Pats fan too. Man,
We are in shambles.
Yeah, speaking about food, though, my wife just brought dinner up here. I got sausage. I got Brussels sprouts. What in the heck is the plate? Oh, red. Oh, wait, what is that?
Did you get beets be
Yes.
put on yours?
Yes, yes, beets.
I love beets.
Yep, canned beets too. On top of that, my wife
Canned
makes them. Yep,
Nice.
canned beets. So,
They sell.
oh wow,
I'm a big spiraled beets guy for a salad. Put on top of a salad.
there you go. Yes.
I'm snacking on my barbecue chicken sandwich right now on the side. Eating little by little, it's great.
That sounds good. Me and the wife had some tacos before she left for work a couple hours ago. So
Okay. So how's the boy doing?
he's doing good. He's sleeping. I just right before I got on, I finally was able to break away, put him in his crib, and get on here. So
There
it
you
was
go.
perfect timing. Top of the hour. I love it when it works like that.
All right, and not only that, just talking about your boy, my wife, is friends with your wife on Facebook, and this was probably about 3 weeks ago. She actually said to me, she goes, "Did you see Stempion's boy lately?" I went, Oh, it's been a little bit that I've seen pictures on it. And he goes, "Oh my God, is he getting so big?"
Yeah, he's a tank for 18 months. It's
Right.
it's crazy. It's
Right?
crazy to watch him grow. It's going by pretty quick.
Yeah, I still remember the day he was born.
Yeah, he's I'll tell you one thing, he is going to be a little a race car fan. Every time I'm when he's in the high chair, he's eating or something, pull him in here, I'm practicing or whatever, and he gets a kick out of it, and I taught him how to go vroom vroom, and he every time he sees a car, he's like vroom 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 vroom.
Awesome.
So
What
he,
you're saying is you raised him right?
I did. So hopefully we'll have him in here in a few years. We'll see.
Maybe hope you have him in real life.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
Never know. That's right.
He's,
See him out there in the Chili Bowl.
exactly. Well, he's obsessed with cars. That's for sure. My dad got him a little Dale Jr. A little toy car out of the '88, and he's obsessed with that. Every time I put on Cars, whether it's Cars 1, 2, or 3, he watches the whole movie. We'll sit down and watch the whole movie. So
There you go.
Sounds just like me when I was growing up.
it's fun to watch, especially the vroom vroom. It's like he 18 months and he's just dialed in. He sees the car, he's like vroom vroom.
That's awesome, man. That's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, it's been awesome. He's getting big, and I bought a brand new shifter for my wheel because usually I paddle shift. I decided to step up and get a shifter, and I was trying it out the other morning. I think it was Wednesday morning, my day off, and every time I'm shifting, he's laughing. Every time I go into gear, he just starts cracking up. It's like the best thing he's ever seen.
Oh man, don't let him grab a hold of it.
No. We keep him in the high chair, keep him buckled up. But
Did that Fanatec Club Sport shifter?
yeah,
I think it's nice, isn't it?
it is nice. It's nice. I got to try it Wednesday night, and it's nice. I enjoy
That's
it.
different from going to paddle to that.
Oh yeah.
It is much different. Obviously, with the next gen being sequential. I haven't really got to try the H pattern yet, but
I will say that the H pattern is really, really realistic. Like the motions and how you bring it into gear and how it's not really just it goes right into gear. It kind of is a little bit of a blocky, kind of like an actual manual transmission is. I drive a manual car on the road, just a regular 6-speed car, and I would say that the H pattern is really realistic to how it feels just in the sim. So these wheels, these shifters, everything, the seats, all these are getting more and more realistic by the day, by the year, by the month, all of that. It's gonna be really cool to see 5-10 years from now what sim racing
technology.
evolves. It's gonna be awesome.
I'd like to upgrade. The only bad thing about me getting the shifter now is makes me realize I need a new stand or something, because my stand now is just the wife got me a nice next level gaming chair, which is really comfortable. It's suede. It's comfortable. I'm cozy right now, but it sits higher than my old racing chair, and sadly my stand. I'm sure being races out there, it's all about being comfortable, right? When you're racing. So when you change something, you gotta get used to it. I'm not used to it yet because now I got the shifter next to me, and it's at a bad angle. So I gotta do some adjustments. Maybe one day I'll end up getting like a nice cockpit when I get a house. But for right now, the direct drive stand from Next Level isn't too bad. It does its job. But just uncomfortable. I gotta get comfortable in it again.
Well,
Okay, go
I-
ahead, Sam.
I'm gonna have to step away, guys. I gotta go help Christopher Norris with some practicing, but I will be back at most likely in an hour or so, and I should be here for the rest of the night shift, and we'll see how it goes as well.
Well, I will be here. I'll try to keep you some company.
All right, well, go have some fun. Anybody free up there in the team before you swing out there, Sam? To kind of join?
Yeah, I can go up there. I'll check and see who wants to come down and join you guys.
Okay.
All right, see you guys.
See you later, Sam.
All right.
Hey, Sam, good luck.
All right. Yeah, they're going to test for Wednesday night there, Stephen, for Wednesday night.
Watkins
I guess.
Glen.
Watkins Glen, I guess that's.
Oh.
Yay! I love broadcasting Watkins Glen.
It's a fun track in the next gen. Not gonna lie. I think I've done it 3 times in the last 6 months, so it's not bad.
I think me and Sam can both agree that when the next gen first came out, we were probably the biggest haters of it.
Right.
It was terrible, and I would say I've kind of become accustomed to it. I think I'm starting to like it more and more. It's honestly a fun car to drive at tracks that I used to just hate. So, I mean, I don't know if Stemp still doesn't like the next gen as much, but I'm definitely starting to warm up to it.
I mean, that's pretty much all I do now is next gen. So I'm compared to iRacing has definitely made some improvements. Obviously, getting used to the car and what it did on the track, and it definitely races pretty well, in my opinion. I enjoy it now compared to back then. Because when it first came out, it was a draft package everywhere you went.
Oh,
You
it was
remember,
Daytona,
Robert? I think you remember
yeah.
that. It was Daytona everywhere.
Yeah, it was terrible.
What race
So-
was that we did at SRU? Or did we do it where it was Phoenix? When was it when it was just nothing but
I think it was
tire
Kentucky.
problem?
Oh, it's Phoenix.
Oh, it was Phoenix.
I remember
yeah.
it was like 20 laps in and it was 18%. I think I
We're
quit
blowing
out of that
tires.
race because I was like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, we blew tires
can't
by
do
I
this.
think, lap 50. Half the field had blown a tire. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
horrible.
It was pretty bad.
That was crazy.
Yep. And now Phoenix puts on a pretty good show.
Yeah, now that they figured the car out more, it's definitely a lot more fun.
And of course,
Bristol.
there's going to be a little bit more updates with it. I would assume
course.
probably coming, in the next build here in iRacing. Probably a little bit of tweaks here and there, I'd imagine.
Not for
forward to
nothing. Yeah, I'm sure they will be. And I think I heard Rev, he was talking about it earlier, and I think he just commented in the chat. But I would love to see Gen 4 on this, sim, because that was kind of what I was raised up on, was the Generation 4. And obviously going back to sim racing back in when I first started, I'm showing my age now, but NR 2002 and NR 2003, and it was just amazing. And I was addicted to that for hours and hours and hours. I was 14, 15, age of Vinny now, having a blast on that stuff. But yeah, those cars were so much fun. And it's just, it's a lot different now. I hope we never go electric, but we'll see.
Oh, well, it's pointing that way. That's what the future's holding, I do believe. I think in the next couple of years, I think we're just going to have to get used to it. And I think combustion engines are going to be gone. It's going to be all done by electric and cleaner and efficient car. So I get both aspects of it, but again, I'm old school. So me, I want to put gas in it and hit the pedal and go.
I want to hear the engine. One of the saddest things I read the other day, I was reading, because obviously I made my switch from, I work for Chevy, whatever, but I made my switch from Chevy to Ford now in a lot of the series on next gen. And I was reading about the GT 500. Last year was the last year for the Shelby 500.
Yeah.
It's so upsetting and depressing.
It is. I seen that too. I read that too. I was like, wait, what?
It's just not right. It's not right, man.
Yeah, that was. I remember that, and it's Ford. I'm glad Ford is still keeping standard transmissions, but the new Mustang body chassis, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm glad that they're sticking with the the standard 5.0 and keeping it, because all these other companies, I know Dodge just released their Charger, and it's electric with speakers as their engine sounds, with artificial engine sounds, and that's just terrible.
What?
Yeah, and I don't know if you haven't seen that video yet.
No, didn't see it yet.
Yeah, Dodge had a lot of backlash. They unveiled their new Charger for like the 2024, and it's completely electric, and it has quote unquote artificial engine sound, so you can rev it, but it's basically just a speaker that makes the sound of the old Hemi, and it's just, I mean, they just got clowned on because it's so stupid. Like I don't know why you would use a speaker as an engine sound. Just put an engine in there.
I am.
Now,
Oh,
I mean, I
wow.
guess we're on electric, so we're watching these guys race a hybrid, right?
Right.
Which sounds good. It's doing well. You know, reading up on it a little bit, puts out 740 horse. It's got about 650 torque, I guess. I don't know. But so is this? I'd love to have Zach up here so I can ask him. Is it half electric, half gas? Obviously V8, so it's got to be half and half, right?
I would imagine. I really don't know much about the cars. You know more than I do.
I was
I
trying to
got-
read, and it
Oh.
hasn't. There's not much on the car info
I
page.
know you was talking earlier about battery. It runs off the battery, and the only way to recharge the battery is by braking system.
Okay, so
Through the
that
brakes.
so obviously being from Chevy, working at the Chevy dealership for however many years now, I know that they call that regeneration technology, where you have like a paddle. So on the electric cars, they had the volt, the bolt, where you could brake with a paddle, but it would regenerate the battery. It would give
Right.
you more life to the battery if you were using that paddle. So I guess that's probably somewhat similar, if I had to guess.
I would imagine.
Hmm.
It was very interesting. Yeah, we'd have to get Zach up in the
Yeah,
cars.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about how the car works.
Yeah, because he was just racking off, man, and he had me. I should have took. I felt like I went to school. Yeah, it was bad. I was sitting there going, "What? Okay, yeah, wow, really? Okay."
I love the inside of the car though. So many buttons. It's wild. You got so many buttons everywhere. It's a lot different than what we're used to in the Cup side of things.
So
Just reading chat. Sorry, go ahead.
oh no, you're good, Robert. So I just a quick question. So what are the all the leagues right now that Freaky Fast is running on their schedule currently, just to this day, not any upcoming or all that? Like, what are the leagues you guys got scheduled for this upcoming month?
Oh, we've basically been with the same leagues for now about 2 seasons. Monday night is with the ISRC guys and trucks. That goes live at 8:50 on Monday nights with them. Then Tuesday nights we're at Full Send Racing. They're in the trucks. They just moved from the Xfinity cars to the trucks. They flip flop different cars per season. They go live at 9:20 with them Eastern time on Tuesday nights. Wednesday night is Wicked Racing League with the new cars, the sevens, which is where Stempian and Cedric and all them guys and Rev is part owner, I think, or helps them with that. Anyways, that's at 8:50 on Wednesday night. Then Thursday nights we're still with Stars and Stripes, and they're running this season. They moved from the Cup cars to the ARCA cars, but it's throwback season where they have to run like 2003 schemes. So you'll see like the old Bobby Labonte scheme, old Jimmy Johnson schemes. It's very interesting, and it's awesome. The Ricky Craven schemes and all the old schools back in the early 2000s. Like I think 2003 to 2006. From schemes that they're allowed to run, nothing else. And it has to be with that driver of their favorite driver or the sponsor they pick. You know what I mean? So
That's awesome. That's good stuff.
It's so fun.
I
to
love,
watch.
you know me, I love throwback type things, so that's pretty sweet.
If you can't make it live, just go back to the video on demand.
That's
You know,
right.
We were talking about the little Ferris wheel. I was in Brian's cockpit for a second, and You get a really good view of that thing coming out of 3 into 4.
okay.
Going up to 5, and it is lit up. Let me tell you, it is looking pretty nice, all lit up, that little section right there.
All right, well, we'll ride along with, we'll watch him in the cockpit.
Like those lights on his steering wheel, especially in the night, it's really, really nice. Slowly climbing up to that red.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. There's a lot of data in there that we don't see physically, that iRacing doesn't give us, the broadcasting side of things. But trust me, that whole dashboard, if you're in Brian right now, screen is lit up.
Yeah, you have a lot of different menus and stuff, I've noticed.
Oh, it even shows your average lap gas that you use per lap.
That's nice.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you have every little adjustment you can, either on those buttons right next to you, or on the wheel, or on the little screen on your wheel. I mean, you got everything you need to know right in front of your face.
Oh, there's part of the Ferris wheel. Check it out, Sam. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Holy. Wow.
That thing is
It's a nice view.
like a second moon. It lights up the sky.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, I've never had the pleasure of running the road course at night. Only the oval side, but that is something to see.
Oh, it's beautiful when the sun goes down, and when the sun comes up, wait till you see, when the sun comes up, we'll all probably be in bed half asleep. But, it's a beautiful sight, and I got to give iRacing credit for the modeling that they did just with the lighties. It's pretty crazy.
It's fantastic.
Here, I got a message.
I was gonna say, any of them want to come up? Do they say?
Oh, he says, we're not good enough. No, that's amazing. No, he said no one wants to join us in the booth right now. Maybe later.
All right.
Whatever. I guess they don't want to talk.
That's okay. I'm gonna blame Hunter.
Yeah. He's got someone little to pick on.
Well,
Yeah, talking about 2003 a little bit, just a little bit ago. Just to show off your age there. 2003 season, I don't remember, not because I was too little, but because I was not alive yet.
These youngins, Robert.
oh my
These
God.
youngins.
I was born in 2005, so.
Me and my dad, we were watching races 01, 02, 03, 04. All those.
Yeah, I wish I could watch Dale Sr. drive on live TV. That would
Wow.
have been awesome.
I
He
don't get
was special.
that like 3 times now.
Now in this race, so we have, obviously they're in the BMW, but the IMSA. So are they different models? I've seen an Audi. Are they different?
Yes.
Okay.
Got the Porsche, Audi. What all they got? I know they're the GT3s. And
Now-
there's actually a class that didn't make it into this split. There's actually 3 classes that are in the 24-hour here, but only two classes made it in because the other class no one wanted to run.
Gotcha.
So we're missing out on a class.
So now, obviously, we go back a ways to, Dale Jr. and Dale Sr. running in the. They used to do the 24-hour in the Corvette, right? If I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Rolex 24, yep.
Yeah, Rolex 24s. Yep. Yeah, nice to see those cars out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jeff Gordon definitely was kind of like Travis Pastrana. Not as extreme as Travis Pastrana, but more like kind of tests the waters of all kinds of forms of racing, or like a Kimi Räikkönen where he's testing out all these types of pro levels, endurance racing, F1, NASCAR, all those types of things. It's going to be fun to see, speaking of Travis Pastrana, it's going to be fun to see him racing in the 500 again this year. A lot of comeback drivers. We got Travis Pastrana, Jimmy Johnson, maybe some more to come, but definitely interesting to hear the news about Legacy Motor Club. That's an interesting name. Kind of sounds like a motorcycle crew rather than a racing team. But it'll be interesting to see Jimmy Johnson racing in some of the years, or some of the races this year, some of the big races. I've grown up being a Jimmy Johnson lover my entire life, so ever since he retired.
This retirement stuff, they need to stop. Either freaking retire or keep racing.
Yeah, it's like Tom Brady. He's like the Tom Brady of racing.
Well,
Absolutely.
Even
yeah,
with Junior, look, I love Junior to death, but if you're gonna retire, retire.
Hey, I don't mind him doing the Xfinity races once in a while.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he's a team owner.
It's not like he's ever gonna win. It's not gonna be like a Kyle Busch or something going to Xfinity and whipping him. So I could see if Junior was going in and being up on him.
Kevin Harvick comes back next year.
Yeah, like Eric Amarola announced his retirement and then just said, "Yeah, no, I was just kidding." In the middle of the season too. Yeah,
Zach's got some traffic coming up.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson basically did a Tom Brady where he's like, "Yeah, I'm retiring," and then just said, "Nope,
not
never
Zach,
mind."
but Brian. Brian's in the car, my bad.
It looks like we have somebody who wants to come up and join, and this is like a competitor that you race against on Wednesday night. It's Mason here.
Oh, awesome.
All right, hey Mason, how you doing there, buddy?
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, good, good. Well, hey, welcome to the booth. We're just up here talking about the good old days back in 2003 and Arca cars and Dale Jr. and Senior and Jimmy Johnson retiring and then unretiring. So, anything you want to throw in there on that subject?
Nothing really, because a lot of the subjects you guys are talking about, I wasn't even born yet.
Oh
So-
my God!
We got another one.
Yeah, I got a relatable
I'm
person
old,
here.
man.
I'm only 17.
Ah, I'm old.
I got.
Right. 2 17-year-olds in here now.
We're the best.
I got
I
kids.
guess-
I got kids older than you. Oh my God! I'm really freaking old.
No.
Oh, I'm
Still-
old.
You're still in peak condition doing this stuff.
He can do. No, I wish I was.
hmm So I haven't been able to watch this race very much. So y'all have to inform me on how things have been going. We've been doing incident free, or are we struggling a little bit?
No, there was a couple incidents with when Zach got in his first stint earlier after you left. He spun the car out. They were about a lap down, almost ready to go a lap down. But the lucky horseshoe or the four-leaf clover on top of the car, whatever you want to call it out there, is on their side with luck, because 90% of the fields wrecked. The fast podium guys that were pretty dominant out there, unfortunately spun it out coming down the backstretch going through the what do you want to call it there, and he hit the rumble strip wrong and backed it into the wall and blew the motor and damaged the car pretty bad.
You're talking about on the backstretch?
Huh?
Or are you talking about on this corner right here, the
Yeah,
bus
right
stop
here.
on the back, the bus
Yeah,
stop?
the bus stop. That's where I was looking for.
This can be a pain in your butt. I remember I've done this race 2 times. I was supposed to race it this year, of course, but I wasn't able to. First year we got 3rd, and we were lucky enough to even finish that race because we got involved in an incident. And then let me see, we're pitting now. Are we?
I think this might be the second stint now that Brian's going out. He just did his first stint here.
So
Second
are they
half
gonna
of this, but
change the tires here?
I don't know what they're doing, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah,
I
we'll
would
see.
guess with
find
that
out.
much of a.
We'll see right here. Yep, they're changing the tires because that's what it's looking like.
So Brian's on his last one, and then we're gonna be welcoming Vincent to the car
I
in
remember-
about
40 minutes.
40 minutes.
I remember watching Vincent. Vincent was pretty quick in that very first part of the stages with
He's
the
a
race.
goat.
Yeah, he's an
Yeah,
incredible driver.
Mm-hmm.
Very,
Yeah.
very fast.
Yeah, like I was saying, this
Yeah.
I've done this I've done this 2 times. The first ever time we got 3rd. We were lucky enough to even finish that race. Second time, and we managed to win the race. Which, winning this race, it's an achievement. It feels so good to win this race, and especially after all the hard work you put in. It's just a really fun race too. It's who can get to the end most of the time. A lot of those top guys, for some reason, they wreck out because they're pushing the car so hard. I don't know why they can't just figure out how to back it off just a little bit. You've got like a 40-second gap. The car behind you is not gaining much. I don't know why you just wouldn't back off a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit what that team experienced earlier today. That was about 1, 2 o'clock. I think that was, Robert.
Yeah.
But we were, Cat 5, they were back about, I want to say 40 seconds, 50 seconds.
Yep, 40. They're about 53 seconds back when Cedric got in the car when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, they spun out, backed it into the wall, and they went from almost going a lap down to being 2 laps ahead. And it's grown from there. And then Finding Nemo's Racing, unfortunately, had a little mishap, and they backed it into the wall and wrecked it or did something. And just overall, it's just been one thing after another, after another, after another. So they are now here, Category 5 is now, 7 laps up on second place and trying to go, believe this or not. You probably don't know this, Mason, but this is they win this year, they go back to back winning the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. They won it last year, and they're gonna win it. Hopefully they win it this year. So, like you said, the defeat, as they got a car parked on the apron there, he's waiting. Good job for him. Got to give that driver props, waiting for the track to get clear. So they got a possibility to go back to back on this.
Now, you said that they're 7 laps up. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Looks like they're
Yeah, they're
7.
7. Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean that you're safe. In these races,
no.
you could be 7 laps up and you can wreck the car and be done for the night.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you're 7 laps up right now, if this was me in the car, I'd be taking it nice and calm. I'd still be trying to put decent lap times down, but I would realize in my head, we're 7 laps up. We're looking great. The cars behind us are probably damaged, so we're gonna be faster than them, even if we do slower lap times. And I would just be calm, reserved, just making sure that we can get this car to the end in the best position or the best condition we can, and of course the best position, obviously.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, that's what I said when I came back from our little cat nap and everything to do part 3 of this event. I instantly said, there's no need to push the car, and there's no need to put the car in bad positions or things like that. You're plus 7 laps.
Hey, you're in control right now.
Right. I mean, just run your race. You don't got to go hot lapping it. You don't have to do anything. If you're even, about a half a second off of your lap time, well, it is what it is.
And their best lap was 132.05, and they're running 134.10s right now.
Yeah, the new thing I like about this new BMW is it's quick. It's good in the corners. It's quick. We drove it for a little bit, trying to see if we wanted to run it for the 2024, but we ultimately went back to the GT3 class because it was a lot more competitive field, and we wanted to this year change up the car because we've been running the Dallara P2s a lot. That's what we've done the last 2 years. But we've noticed that the GT3 field is ever more increased in the popularity of the amount of drivers that want to race it. So we decided to go to the GT3 this year. I was unlucky enough I wasn't able to race it, but next year I think we're either going to do, I'm guessing we're going to do the BMW, and then these next couple of endurance races, I'm trying to think what the next one is. I think it's Bathurst 12 Hour, which is a GT3 race. So I'm guessing we'll do that one for sure. And yeah, these BMWs are quick. They're fast. They're nimble. You can go through corners faster than any car really around here, other than the F1 cars. F1 cars aren't really made for this track, so this is a perfect car for this track. It's one of the best cars to drive out there right now. If anyone out here listening does not have this car, I would buy it and give it a try. It's a good car.
I don't race, so.
Oh, you're doing what you're doing good. You're doing great in here. I've been listening to you guys for a little bit. You've been doing a good job. I've never raced with you before, so I don't know how you are in any other car. So.
Oh, I'm just an average driver.
Just the average driver driving down the street.
More or less. If I get top 5, a victory for me.
We're all cheering here for Robert. Let's go, Robert! Top 5.
more or less. The way it used to.
Mhm.
But I hung that up 3 years ago.
I didn't even realize Steven was in here. How's it going, Steven?
Yeah, doing good, Mason. Doing good. Obviously, I'm hearing you talk about this, about the different cars on here. So, a little bit experience with the BMW on how it works, because I wasn't in here earlier when Zach was giving the viewers out there education on this car and how it works being a hybrid.
Hmm. It's a crazy car. It feels weird to drive it because it almost feels like the Dallara, but it of course isn't. It's got higher acceleration. I'm trying to think. I haven't raced these for a little bit. I'm trying to think if they have boost or not. They have boost. Does anyone? They do. So yeah, boost. Of course, the Dalaras don't have boost, so you have an advantage there. And it's just a good car. There's nothing more I can say about it. It's just a good car to drive. It's fun. It's kind of easy to control, but you can lose the rear end pretty quick in these cars, especially in turn 1, which they're going in right now. This is a point where if you lock up those rears, they can smoke them. You get on the gas, it goes around on you.
Yeah, it's been entertaining watching these guys. I'm sure, obviously, it's got to be a blast to drive. I know, being friends with these guys, they wouldn't pick a car that they didn't trust. So that's good to know. I can't believe it has boost. I've learned something new. I'm a Cub guy. I'm a NASCAR guy. This stuff is all new to me right now.
Ian, you were side by side there for a while on Wednesday night with the
Yes,
Wicked
we
Racing
were.
League.
Got exchanged some doors a few times, but it was fun.
Yeah.
It's a good time. Nashville is a blast to drive on.
I got a little loose on you. Luckily, I was able to save it because obviously it helped me out there in the end, not wrecking the car. But we have Watkins Glen next week. How are you feeling about that race next week?
I'm feeling good. I like Watkins Glen. I got a little bit of experience being with the next gens. I've raced there. I don't know. I must have been like 2 months ago in another league, and I think it's gonna be good. I think it's one of the better tracks. I think the road courses ever since they did the update halfway through last year. Really, braking and everything feels a lot smoother. Wish the tire wear was a little bit better, but I feel good. I think we'll. I'm not a road course guy, but usually able to manage a top 10 every time I go because put the time in and practice and just about hitting your marks. Kind of like these guys now. You just knowing when to hit your marks and not overstep the boundary.
Mhm.
How you feeling?
I have a lot of. I told myself I didn't have a lot of pressure after the win at Nashville, but I do because I won it last year, and I want to keep it going. I want to win it for the second time this year, but it's gonna be stressful because I got Gavin on. Gavin is probably one of the quickest guys I know racing road with me. Me and him were going back and forth during Watkins Glen. I was lucky to even beat him because he was dominant the entire night, but he had an unlucky incident to turn 1. But I would say I have high hopes. I have high hopes for a top 3. Hopefully, I can get a win. That'd be the best case scenario, trying to go back to back. But if I don't, it's not going to be the end of the world because I got a win. I'm loving life. I'm just enjoying. I'm just enjoying it. It's stress is released.
Yeah, once you get that first win, it takes all the weight off the shoulders.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe it, but it just when you step away from the wheel, you're like, I just did that.
I definitely know how that feels. That's for sure. It's nice, especially in a league, new season. And obviously me being new to the league, it's you always trying to get that monkey off your back. I got some experience. I've raced a full season last season for another league over with MPI, and they once I got that first win, it was easy after that. It was nice. I didn't have to worry about anything.
Yeah, but it's you and I'm pretty sure who's the Cedric. He's a new guy to the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
You two have adapted so quickly to the league compared to some of the other rookies. I feel like it's a lot easier to race around you guys because you guys are experienced in racing the more higher leveled leagues, and you know what people expect, and you know what we expect from you guys. So I think you guys have ultimately become our best rookies this year so far. I don't know if someone magical is going to come out of nowhere, because there's some fast people here on this service.
Yeah, no, there is for sure, and you never know. Each track's different. Obviously we had asphalt last week, so you never know who comes out on top and who can surprise you. But yeah, I mean, me and Cedric have been racing together for a little while now, a few years, so definitely you can adjust. There's some people that can't adjust on the surface, racing around people, the first couple times, but after you've seen so much of it, racing, over the years, and you kind of know, all right, this guy's probably going to do this, or it's going to go this way. The cut, we're going into a turn, it's going to get a little tight, probably give him a little room. So kind of assume what's going to happen. That's how I race. I mean, I try to be as clean as I can around people. Show everybody respect out there.
And also talking about an adjustment, this race right here, you have to adjust so fast to it. When it turns night, the track becomes a different animal. This track it's got high speed corners, it's got slow speed corners, it's got everything. It has banking, it's got flat spots. It's such a difficult track to master, but once you figure it out, it's so much fun to drive, and it's one of those tracks that it can either destroy you or it can be your best friend. It's a really fun track once you figure it out.
No, it definitely is. I think especially, going through, coming into turn 1 all the way out to turn 7. I mean, that's got to be the most difficult part of the racetrack.
Can't count out that bus stop though. That bus stop, you can brake just a little bit too late, and you're either gonna barely make it through the corner. You might get a 1x going over the grass, or you're just gonna completely blow through it. And you don't want to go too slow, because then the people behind you are going to rear you. So you got to have that perfect braking point. And a lot of people here, of course, notice that y'all have the perfect braking point. I've noticed it's perfect every time they go into that corner. Every time I've noticed it. Put a lot of work into this car, a lot of work into the racing line, because every line is perfect. It's the exact same every single time. So that's how you know these guys have put in that work.
Yeah, they definitely. Much as I've been, around these guys, every time there's an event like this, they always put maximum effort in. Let me tell you, and it shows tonight. I mean, obviously they've had a good day. Knock on wood. Keep it going.
I knock on wood too. Don't worry. Robert, did you knock on wood?
Yep.
Robert, you gotta knock on wood.
I did.
I know Hunter just messaged
perfect.
me. He said that he had to go step away. Gonna help his family out with something.
Next time it'd be nice if you stay by.
He said he planned on coming around 11. And he said he didn't want to interrupt us. He said we were having a good conversation.
Okay.
That's fair.
I just got done eating dinner while you got talking.
Don't you love this? You get to relax and take it easy.
Go for it, because I'm going to step away for probably about 5-10 minutes. I'm going to hand the broadcast to you, Cympian.
That's fine. When do you plan on it going? Because I'm going to go grab myself a water.
Oh, go grab yourself a water.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yep. But yeah, hey Mason, man, yeah, it's been fun watching you guys out there. You're like you're noting on your win and everything. Congratulations on that. You get that monkey off your back of this, and now you can focus on what your upcoming races and everything. And I know at Freaky Fast. Man, I'm watching Nashville. That was pretty intense racing there for a while, when you had 3 wide for multiple laps, second, third, fourth. I mean, it was crazy to watch. You guys out there put on a pretty good product, and not only that, I don't know, you see me making posts on everybody's Discord, but you definitely see it being posted on the Wicket's Discord. Basically the viewers and the stats after each race, and right now you guys are just knocking it out of the ballpark, just like the rest of the leagues. you're averaging 40 to 45, some close to 50 people watching per broadcast on an EA NASCAR game. To me, I call us a mid-level broadcasters. And it's pretty good numbers. You guys are pulling some crazy numbers. So
one of the things that we talk about earlier in the league era, where we were like, we want to make sure that you guys get the best race possible to post on your accounts and your YouTube and all of your Twitters and all of that, just trying to making sure we can get you guys a good product,
Right.
so that you guys can do better in views, and it helps us out in the league because it helps us get sponsors for the league. It helps you guys get more views.
Oh yeah, I say it to all leagues that we do. It's a team effort. It's not. There's no I in team. We all have to work at this. We all have to just keep posting and sharing and liking and yeah, you want great product out on the track, but you're gonna have your nights where it doesn't happen. Don't beat yourself up over it. It could be the track. It could be just a night. Some drivers have good nights. Some drivers have bad nights. It is what it is. I've been doing this for 17 years, Mason. So I've seen the good, and I've seen the bad, and I've seen the ugly. It's just one step forward. Don't do two steps back. You just keep one step forward. No matter what happens, you learn from it and you move on, and you try not to have it happen again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in the younger generation of trying to figure this stuff out, but as I've noticed from doing go-kart racing, from doing the Wicked Racing League, from doing iRacing, you're gonna have bad races. It's gonna happen. Racing, you're not always gonna win. You love to always win, but you're not always gonna win. From go-kart, you could get spun around, and go-karting, it's so quick, so fast. You're only getting what?
Right.
You're only getting a tenth a lap, and those guys could be what, 15 seconds ahead of you from spinning out, and you're not going to be able to gain any time on them. So you're over here thinking, I'm the problem because I'm not going fast enough, but you're not the problem. You're out there doing it. You're out there giving it your all. And that's the one thing that I've learned from racing with all of you guys, from racing go-karting, from doing all that, is don't beat yourself up, because next week you're gonna destroy it. You're gonna just put in that time and effort, and you're gonna do good. Because I've noticed that, especially last week at Nashville, you noticed the people that put in the time and effort to get that race ready.
Yeah.
You've got Gavin Rogers, you've got Alex Coffey, Adam Buzzio, Blaine Wilson, Cedric, Steve. Yeah, he put in a lot of work. And I put in work too. Of course, I wasn't as best in the long runs as those guys, because it got a little hairy at times. But that short run speed I learned over time to maintain the tires for a shorter amount of time really helped her in the end, and it ultimately helped me get the win.
Yeah. Lock yourself into the playoffs.
I know that's oh. Now I can't relax too much, because other people can win. Someone could get 2 wins and knock me out of the playoffs.
Oh, that's true. Oh, that's right.
And so I can't be too comfortable. I got to get as much points as I can. Still, so I'm still not too relaxed yet, but it's relieved the pressure off my back.
We got Rev down in the waiting
Oh,
room.
jeez.
So, all right. Well, we'll grab Rev as Steven's going to get his drink and checking on his kid. And hey, Rev, you there, buddy?
Oh, 10-4.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
We're waiting for Steven Stempian to come back, and he's going to take over the talking for a little bit. You guys, because I got to step away for about 5 to 10 minutes or so, or maybe 15.
Well, you need the break.
Maybe I'll be back in 6 hours. I don't know.
No.
Oh, no? Oh,
No, not that. No.
Okay, well, I thought I'd try. I mean, give me some credit.
No,
It's worth a shot.
we're not doing that.
No.
But yes, he'll be back. He's checking up on his son and grabbing some water, and he'll be back. And then I just got done eating dinner, so I gotta go take care of myself.
Yeah, I heard you
so-
started another stream of food.
Oh.
I heard that.
Yeah, I just got done eating Brussels sprouts and
Oh,
beets
what?
and sausage
What?
with onions on them.
Oh, okay, that's pretty
See
good.
the beets. I like beets. Not many people like beets, but I
Yeah, but
will take a sweet beet
I
any
like
day.
here,
I like the Brussels sprouts.
mine were. My wife makes homemade canned beets. We do a lot of
Okay.
canning here at the house.
That's awesome.
Yep. Fresh strawberry jelly, peach jelly.
All right. You captured my heart. I'm giving you my address and have some strawberry jelly.
Well, don't do that.
what?
'Cause you don't do that.
No, I'm being dead serious with you. Shoot me your address, and we will wrap up the can, and I will email it. Yeah, I'm gonna
Email
email
it
it to you. No, we'll mail
A
you a
picture of
small
the can.
jar of fresh strawberry jelly. Damn, that shit
See,
up, man.
that-
Man, oh, it's so
that's-
good.
That is like you are. I'm diabetic, so it sounds great, but I know what I'm in for.
Well, that's why you don't put a lot on. You put a little bit on, okay? You gotta cut back on it.
You
feel so
can't
bad
tell
for
me
laughing.
that.
I feel so
You,
bad
you
for
should,
laughing.
Mason.
No,
I feel so bad.
I've been diabetic for over 20 years, and people say, "Oh, you gotta watch what you eat. You gotta watch what you eat." That's not true. You can eat what you want to eat.
You just got to do it in moderation.
Right, and you gotta watch in the
Yep.
proportions that you eat and how many carbs does it have. Okay,
Well, that's a
you
good
can
word.
eat whatever you want. I mean, it's not like, oh, there's chocolate, you can't have it. No. You can. You just gotta be
Nibble
careful.
it.
Right. I
Well,
mean, that
How in
drives
the
me
world do
nuts.
how in the world do we go from racing to eating food?
Well, because
that-
earlier today they decided to start talking
on
about
mayonnaise,
food.
peanut butter,
Oh,
and
Jesus.
I asked the question, and Rebels in chat. I said, "What do you prefer? Do you prefer mayonnaise or Miracle Whip?"
What? You're like two complete. Never mind.
Yeah.
What-
See, all right, we found the guy that's gonna argue this.
I know it.
This is awesome.
What?
Because I get it. Miracle Whip is salad dressing. That's what they say. But why
What?
can't you use Miracle Whip as mayonnaise?
No,
Why?
because it's like
Why?
unethical. It's unethical.
Why? No.
Well, see, Mason, for the same reason he likes Miracle Whip is the reason I don't like Miracle Whip.
I like
It's
the
a
sweetness.
tang.
Yep.
It's a
It's a
tangy,
what?
sweet flavor to
Oh,
it that I don't like.
Imagine putting that on a burger and getting a tangy
Oh,
taste
it's
like a
so good.
burger.
Excuse me while I throw up.
Yep, I'm throwing up over here.
Put
with
it
you.
on and then throw it on the grill and then cook the
Just-
bread a little bit. Come
Here's
on,
how you gotta.
guys.
Here's how you gotta do it. You gotta smoke your burger. Okay. It's gotta be applewood though. You gotta smoke it. And
Oh,
you bring it.
okay.
You bring it into the house. You get your American cheese, mayo, regular mayo, not no Miracle Whip.
But no.
No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. And you
On
get
a-
some
on a
lettuce, you
side
get some-
note-
you get some lettuce, you get some seasoning. You put more seasoning in it because you can never go wrong with more seasoning. You don't want that bland stuff on there. You get some ketchup, some mustard, some pickles.
You know, on the exit of the infield, it seems like Brian is getting a little loose on that transition up the track.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like every 3 laps he gets a little. The back end looks like it's a little loose on the exit from the infield.
It's driver error. I'm
It could
joking,
be.
I'm joking. No, I think it's the stage of the race where it's starting to get cooler out in their track. Tires are starting to cool down a little bit. It's going to get loose in the rear. I've noticed that over time of practicing. I noticed the night practice sessions that we did. You'd get a little loose in the rear after maybe like 2 stints on a tire, maybe even 1. It depends on how hard you're running that car.
Well, when was his last pit? It wasn't that long ago.
No, yeah, I guess it hasn't been a stint on the tires yet.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
back.
So,
I'm back.
Maybe the
Hey,
tires are
welcome
just
back.
not warming up to full potential.
Hmm.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're just cold right now. Maybe track's getting cold, tires are getting cold, tires are getting hot.
yeah, that's a possibility.
Rev's over here getting hot at me from Nashville from the blinking problem.
Oh, let me tell you, you need to make sure you get better blinker fluid reservoirs.
Okay, I was in the middle of a blizzard. It's Iowa weather is different out here.
I mean, just get the bigger one. Spend the extra $30. Get the bigger reservoir.
See, you wanna know how Iowa is. I'll tell you, you drive in here. Oh, look, there's some corn. Corn. What's that smell? Corn. Corn.
Right.
Pigs, cows, chicken. There's that smell again. Corn. Ohio.
It's pretty much, yeah. I can agree with that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we have a nice capital.
Oh, you
So-
have the occasional potato field.
Those are weird.
Yeah,
Those are weird.
but they're there. They're there.
They smell.
I've seen them. They do smell. It smells like dirt.
Yep. Dirt and more dirt. Fresh soil. No, the worst smell is when they rip up the ground. Oh my god. Holy crap, that is a smell like you could never get rid of. It stays there for 2 weeks. When I go out pheasant hunting, they're starting to rip up the field. It just blows right in your face. And it goes,
See, here
"Ugh."
he's getting ready to exit the infield. Now watch the rear end. I mean, he may or may not do it, but it's been. Yeah, he was stuck at that time. He didn't let it.
Oh, are you talking about the part just before you go on the banking?
Yeah, the transition.
Oh, yeah. That's like an off-cambered turn. So as you start to go up, it starts to lift up a little bit, and the car gets unsettled there. It happens
No,
in every car.
I know. I'm fully aware of that. It's just that he started doing it more often. That's what I was making the observation.
See, you notice as we brought it up, he stopped doing it though.
Of course.
Somebody got in his ears like, "Hey, listen, you only got like 5 minutes left. You better get it down." I'll
like, "Hey,
tell you
you
what,
got-"
I'm excited for Vincent because I don't know if there's a lot of people out there that didn't get to catch him in his first couple of stints this morning, but I'm excited to see him back out on the track.
Yeah,
I'll
that was
be-
before my time online today. So
Well, I'll be back later tonight to watch more of it. But I got Supercross to go watch here with some friends.
Well, we better get some popcorn ready because you guys are about to witness a show.
Yep.
All right.
All right,
I'm
boys. I
ready.
gotta head out of here. Gotta go to Supercross tonight.
Well, you have
Hey,
fun.
enjoy.
So it was
I'll
good
be-
chatting with you.
I'll be back later tonight. Don't you worry.
Sounds good.
All right. See you later.
Right.
take care.
I haven't left it. Whoops.
No, you haven't.
Sorry,
No,
this is a little bit of technical difficulty.
I was just gonna say I enjoy Mason's driving. He's still very young. He makes those cocky mistakes, if you want to call it that. But he's settling down as a driver, and I think he's going to be that much better, say a year, maybe 2 from now.
Absolutely. I think it sounds like he's got a level head, on.
Mhm.
We'll see how that all plays out as we'll give an update on the Eagles game right now. It looks like the Eagles are just dominating right now in this game.
So the Giants decided not to show up tonight.
Yeah, it's already, they're still going into halftime, and it is 28-0 going into halftime. So
Well, thank you.
we'll
New
see if the
York, for
Giants have
showing up.
anything on the second half, though, guys. Like you did at Minnesota. Never know. Football's not over. We've seen the miracle stuff happen before. But with that being said, I am going to drop this off to Stampy and you, Rev, for about 10 minutes. I got to go take care of myself and make sure I do what I need to do.
That's
And-
dangerous.
And I'll be back. What's dangerous?
Leaving it to me here.
All you got to do is talk. If not, ask Rev a question and he'll rack your head off.
I wish we could get one of the drivers up here to chat about their experience today so
I
far.
would love that.
Me too.
Well, they'll join later. I mean, we still got. I don't even want to say.
We got another 10 hours.
Oh, is that all? Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Who volunteered
10 hours,
to do
5
this?
minutes, and 30 seconds.
I don't know who volunteered to do this, but they need slapped in the head.
Can't
Well,
hear.
Robert, you're
Robert
leaving
Hardy.
it in good hands. I just cannot move anybody up here. So if anybody does want to come
Oh.
up here, good luck.
Shoot me a message
I will.
on Discord, and I can grab my phone and do it real quick. So, but I'll be back in about 10 minutes, guys. I gotta go do what I need to do. So, Rev, Stampian, take on the show.
10-4.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, folks. Sitting here with Rev.
Howdy.
Good to have you.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate being here, believe it or not.
Love having all the guests. I finally got to make my appearance about an hour and a half ago. Been sitting and enjoying the ride, and I know you, like me, we've been on most of the day watching these guys.
Yeah, off and on. I had to take a break and head to the race shop, and then had dinner, and then I came back. I don't know why, but I did.
Because it's racing. It's in
It
our
is,
blood.
yeah.
If it's on and we know people, we're watching, right?
Absolutely. And the thing is what I love to critique and get opinions and about even drivers I really don't know much about, because I'm fairly new to this part of this crew, these drivers here. I mean, and I've been watching several of the drivers today. I missed I guess the next driver up. That's who's our next driver coming up?
We have Vincent, so he was in the first 3 stints this morning.
Okay, yeah, because I missed those, and I'd like to watch him drive at least one stint this evening.
I think you're gonna be in for a little treat.
Awesome.
That kid, any car he goes into, he does really well in.
I've been impressed so far with Zach and Brian here. Actually, quite impressed with Zach, a little more than I thought I would be. And like I said, I try not to come with a preconceived understanding of who a driver is based on what I hear. I want to see it for myself, and it seems like they're very consistent lap turners.
Oh, yeah.
And then to come back this evening and see that they're up by 7 laps, well, I'm not worthy.
It's like, oh man.
And the thing is I'm that kind of guy. I like having my hands on things, and if I could get a hold of the car they're driving, so to speak, and look at the numbers coming off of this car, I would go apeshit, because that's what I thrive on is looking at the tires. Obviously, I think you heard us earlier this afternoon talking about tires and how they're a book. You read it and it tells you what's wrong with the car. And I would love to see iRacing give those types of numbers. You know what I mean? Not just the
live,
breakdown,
kind of like live data.
Live data. I would love to have that kind of thing. And I know they have that. I know they have an API you can tap into to get that through. There's a couple different apps that can hack into that, or hack. What's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't matter.
Like telemetry that you can get.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
In certain classes you can get them, but like in a cup car you don't get that, because that's not something available IRL. So that's why when a cup driver looks at his tires in his black box, he's only seeing the tires that came off earlier. He's not getting live tire data, even though that is something that is absolutely possible. But if you think a cup car is expensive now, you're going to be paying Formula One prices for a cup car that can tell you all that. Ooh, look at this. Okay, you had 2 GT cars just stacked right up.
Yeah,
side by
just
side.
stacked up.
That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah. It's kind of like when you're in the, you're 7 laps ahead. You can kind of take it easy. Like, you can see it in front of you, as long as it's not happening like a blind spot, going into like a corner where you can't really see the next corner.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to judge, but that was a decent section to get that into, because you saw them coming out, which wasn't bad.
Yeah, thinking about it,
slow.
yeah, thinking about that, yeah, I think that would be, if there's a good spot for it, that would be one. But I guess from our camera angle, that was a little iffy there for a second in my eyes.
So I'm actually in the session watching the chase view right now with these guys, and getting a little bit different perspective. And it might be a little bit off compared to maybe like a half a second or a couple of seconds
Yeah, I was
off.
gonna say probably a
guys
little
see
bit
it.
of a delay there.
But it's something to watch these cars go around and listen to them too. I mean, I know we're kind of farther up, kind of TV
In the
spectator
booth,
view,
yeah.
and listening to the cars go through the gears. I mean, this sounds pretty amazing. It just sounds like a supercar, and
Yeah,
sounds pretty good.
tell you one of the first races I got to see from a pit area was actually a Daytona 24, and it was interesting because there were so many different motor types that
Mhm.
all the sounds were that much different, especially when they ended up with pit strategies that crossed with other pit strategies, and you had multi classes in the pits at the same time.
Mhm.
It was a crazy sound. Because you're hearing a 911 and then you're hearing a GP or a oh my god, this is way back in the day. A Daytona prototype. And then you had another, like a GT3 class. And it was weird because you had, 6-cylinder, 2 8-cylinders, 2 different types of 8-cylinders, and the sound alone was mind-boggling.
Mm. Yeah, it's fun to watch, especially coming from the Cup background, at least on my end, and only experiencing the Cup cars and stuff. And it's fun to watch. I'm just a car guy in general, though. Cars. I work at a dealership. It's fun to watch all these different cars. I'm just amazed at the hybrid type deal that this thing's got going on. I mean, what Mason was saying earlier with the boost button, I mean, that's wild.
Oh, it is. I mean, like our family, we own a hybrid. We got a Ford Escape hybrid, and we've fallen in love with it. And as far as the hybrid technology itself, I think it has a long way to go. I mean, basically because of, I'm not a climate guy or anything, but a lot of people want to argue that EV is that much better, and it is in the short term, but in the long term, that battery is pretty damning to the environment.
Mm-hmm.
When it reaches end of life, it becomes more of a hazard than oil does, because oil at least returns itself back to the earth into the form it used to be over a long period of time, but the battery can't. Because it's a different chemical now.
Yeah, different ball game.
Absolutely. But overall, I like the assist of the power with the gas motor.
Mm-hmm.
I think that puts less stress on the motor. It helps the motor last longer, and it helps that motor tap into the higher available top end of the motor by helping it with that low end torque. And I think it's an amazing technology. I'm starting to see here in racing. I'm excited for it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Watching this car especially. I mean, he's and you coming down the backstretch right now. He's getting close up to almost 200 miles an hour.
I know it's insane.
It is. It's something. And they're running consistent times. I'm looking at their lap times, at least since Brian's been in the car. And Brian's been in it he took over at lap 477. So he has put in a good amount of time since jumping in for the stint.
He's about 50 laps in right now.
Yep. Been consistent 133, 134s, maybe hitting some traffic, hitting 135s, but consistency the whole time. Always in the 133s, 134 area.
Yeah, their best laps have been 132s, right?
Yeah, I believe the best lap was put down by Mr. Zachary Hall at 132.53 at lap 454. So about 100 laps ago.
That's not too shabby.
No, that is not too shabby.
I mean, considering they're a second to a second and a half off that pace,
Mhm.
that means
And he was
they're running.
consistent in the 132s during his stint.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean, look at the interval he's got right now to second place.
Mhm.
This is what is that? Octopus Racing Team Violet.
Yes, yep, Octopus
Yeah.
Racing Team Violet, and then the Sim Pit Racing Team Blue.
Okay.
Ming Blue. But yeah, the lap times, I mean, I think, you know, you look at Cedric times, they were in the 132, 133 is nothing as close as what Zach put down. And then earlier in the run, when there was some sunlight, Vincent was running 132s, 133s. So yeah, I thought that's they haven't really, yeah, they haven't been taking it easy. That's for sure. Here,
Oh no,
Jet
of course
5 team,
not.
they've been, you know, they got a 7-lap advantage and then holding back, which is good.
And that's part of the surprising part is that you have 3 drivers who are running extremely similar times, which you don't expect, because usually most teams set themselves up with a fast driver who doesn't take care of equipment, and they set themselves up with that long driving, takes care of every single nut and bolt while he's driving on the course, and then you have that middle guy that usually does most of the driving. And it surprises me because I'm looking at these lap times and seeing their averages are within what 3/10. It's just insane.
That's saying something. That's a lot of work put in over these last couple of weeks for this race. And that's paying off, which is great. Welcome back, Robin.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, I guess I was told that somebody can't hear me, so probably because I hit the microphone and pushed it away my face.
Oh, yeah, it looks like my pops spoke up in the chat saying he cannot hear you.
All right, well, here, I'll work on it.
How's he sound, Dad?
There you go. I should be okay now, from what I'm seeing, but who knows? I keep bumping into it with my other headset.
Big shout out to my dad. Ever since I told him these boys were running, he's been in the chats watching the whole time.
That's amazing.
So what did I miss? I see Brian Johnson's now coming down for his next.
It's I believe we are switching to Vincent.
Oh.
So anybody that missed Vincent this morning, stay tuned because.
Well, I am absolutely excited. I'm absolutely excited to see him run. To reiterate, I did miss that earlier. I missed him run this earlier, so I'm excited.
We are excited by that, and I believe we have Mr. Cedric, who will be jumping in, not the next stint after Vincent, but the stint after, taking over the midnight shift.
Yeah, a couple hours down the line. Should be fun. So
Couple
far,
hours.
kind of uneventful, I guess, at this portion, which is what we like to see. Sitting at a very comfortable 7 to 8 laps up, so...
no stress, nice and easy.
Exactly, the easy part of the job.
Go out, have some fun. That's about it. Cedric, so I've been trying to pick everybody's brain, excuse me, about the car. Talk to me about this car.
What do you want to know about it? Just how it feels?
Whatever. Yeah, tell me how it feels. I hear there's a boost in this car. I'm hearing all sorts of things. So,
the car goes fast.
Yeah, it goes fast.
Yeah, exactly. If you press on the gas, it accelerates. And if you press on the brakes, it slows down.
Right. What else do you need to
Get
know?
out of here.
Go on, man. Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have broke the barrier of racing here on Freaky Fast tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess, like, the exact numbers. I honestly haven't done my homework at all when it comes to this car, but obviously it does have a hybrid system, where it's partially powered by battery and then also by the, typical engine system. The battery system only really comes in if you accelerate. I think it's more than, if you apply more than, like, 90% gas, then the battery kicks in.
Okay.
So on some of the corners, like, you really have to be careful, like if you have a little bit of wheel spin. In my opinion, you see that a lot out of turn 6, which is the corner getting back onto the oval, which is like oval
that
turn
addresses the issue I'd seen earlier of getting loose on that transition back onto the track.
Yeah, absolutely. And a good way to fix that is just being a little easier on the brake or on the gas.
Throttle control, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you obviously want to accelerate just because you have that massive straightaway that leads all the way to the bus stop. And you want to carry that speed over, but being a little quick on the gas pedal can activate the hybrid system and give you even more power than you might want.
Need, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, or need, yeah. So that's a fun part, is having to manage that on exits.
Technical, very technical.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah,
that's going to add a very technical thought process, something else you have to be aware of on top of everything else you're trying to take care of with the car itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, I mean, we all come from a more NASCAR background, and so the power you have is the power you're going to get, or you know what to expect, I guess, at all throttle points, where with this car, I feel like you have, from 89 to 91%, there's a huge boost since the hybrid system comes in, and so it for me was a challenge to kind of figure that part out. And then this car's actually really tricky under braking. It's not like the LMP2 was, which before they nerfed that car, the LMP2 is very, very, very similar to this car. I would say this car probably has a little bit more downforce, a smidge more power, and honestly just a lot more difficult under the brakes. You can go a lot deeper, but the more I really struggled with applying like heavy braking.
Okay.
Where the car would just loop, and that was something I had to adjust. It took me over a week of practice to kind of retrain my brain to do that.
Now, it must have been pretty difficult, because I heard earlier you raced 2 days ago or a day ago?
I raced last night. I did the
Last
24
night, okay.
hours with Lucky Duck Motorsports.
So you were not in the BMW, right? You were in something else?
No, we did the BMW.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you had a little bit. All right.
Yeah. So we did the race there. They basically had the same setup. They started off with the in-car adjustments being a little bit different. Like the ARBs were not as stiff, and the car had just a lot of roll and it just turned a lot better, and I wasn't necessarily accustomed to that. And so on the first lap, thankfully my teammate over there qualified second, and we had a good start, and basically out of turn 6 the car just had a lot more turn than I was expecting, and I self-spun it, so that was I ran out of talent super early on in the Daytona 24 weekend, and thankfully I hadn't had a mistake since. So
yeah, I was going to say, you looked pretty comfortable. I had the pleasure of watching your stint at work, and you looked pretty comfortable behind the wheel.
Yeah, I thankfully have, I'm trying to think, maybe 7 hours behind the wheel over the past 24, so I have a lot of experience. I mean, it's made me better and more consistent, so I'm happy I was able to do that. And unfortunately, the Lucky Ducks guys, after I got out of the car last night, they ran into some bad luck and finished P8. So, not the finish that they would have liked to get it when it's all said and done. And I would have really liked to go, get 2 24 wins in a weekend would be really, really cool. But, I mean, overall, I guess the thing I could take away from it was that it was just like really good practice. And heading into the race tonight, like the triples stint that I had to do earlier, like I felt really, really good, and yeah, I'm looking forward to doing a lot more, or I guess 2 more double stints later on at night, one at midnight, and I think the next one's at like 4 a.m. So quite fun. So
as far as the team perspective, you guys, you mentioned that you've done, a total of 7 hours now. I'm sure it's wearing you down a little bit. Obviously, but how's everybody feeling over there? Especially Vincent. He hasn't ran since this morning. Obviously, early this morning, just jumping back in. How is he feeling going into this stint?
I'm feeling pretty good. He came back not too long ago, and we, while Brian was in the car, we were just kind of messing around, and I was teaching him French actually. So we had kind of like a half-hour French lesson going on.
This is the beauty of being 7 laps ahead, folks.
Yeah. We're just messing around and talking, and then just doing anything we can to pass the time. It's a super long race, and I mean, there's a long way to go. We still have 10 hours, and
That's crazy. You guys, a little bit over 14 hours right now. I mean, you guys have been doing this.
yeah.
535 laps. It's something to watch.
As long as you're getting your power naps, you're good.
Oh, no, that's exactly it. Like, I know Vinny, after this run, he'll be closing out the race for us, so he'll be able to go to bed. Knowing him, we still have, you know, UFC and Supercross and stuff like that that's coming on in a couple hours, and he'll probably stay awake for that, and I assume that he's going to be going to bed not too long after, and he'll be able to come in fresh for the last 2 hours or so. So I'm confident in him. I mean, he always does a good job, and I expect a clean run like he had at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, with this laptop traffic, I'm noticing he's a very patient driver, and I have to respect that quite heavily.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that just comes with experience. Like, we've all done a lot of endurance races over the years, and you get to learn what you can and can't take, and where you should and shouldn't put your nose and stuff like that going into the corners. And unfortunately, we've all made those learning mistakes in some of our races where we probably chewed off a little bit more than we should have, and cost ourselves.
And,
Yeah, it seems like you guys did a good job today with the balance of every driver taking over and having the right amount and giving everybody some breaks. You jumped in down, if I'm not mistaken. You kind of jumped in kind of closer to when the sun was going down over to the night transition. Was that you or was that Zach?
I think that was like Zach. Yeah, Zach, I think, was doing the transition when I hopped in. It was already like nighttime, but the weather hadn't really dropped yet. So
now we started with what was the track temp this morning?
If I'm not mistaken, it was in the mid 90s, maybe low 90s.
Mid-90s, and we are at a cool 73 degrees at the moment.
Yeah, so last time I ran my stint, or the last stint that I ran, it was at 77. So I think it'll probably even out at around 73 here, and then as we kind of head back into the morning time for the on-track time, like the next time when I get back in the car at around midnight, I think that the sun will start going up while I'm in the car, and then obviously the track temperatures and stuff like that will climb, and you'll see a lot less grip. There'll be a lot less grip out there. Guys may be more prone to making mistakes. But I mean, we don't have to push it, thankfully, so we just have to sit by the clock and wait and just count the laps down.
Yeah, it must be a nice feeling to kind of, going into the week being all, nervous, stressed out, anxiety, trying to win back-to-back years at the 24 and, coming out halfway through this and having 7 laps ahead. It's must be a huge weight off the shoulders and being able to take it easy and relax and enjoy yourself. I mean, you guys were talking French, so you guys must be having fun over there. So, I mean, come on.
Absolutely, and we haven't even gone to like the quote-unquote like fun part where usually at around 3, 4, 5 a.m. I would say, like, when we start getting tired is when just everything's funny. I mean, you will have a sentence or we'll just have a conversation and then bust out laughing, and they kind of the exhaustion and stuff like that kind of kicks in. Like, I know Collie, myself and Zach will probably be around on the Discord just about all night and keeping each other awake and entertained. So,
well, I told you for your stint, I'm coming over and keeping you company for a little bit. I'm watching. I'm looking forward to the midnight show.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
It's definitely been fun to watch. I've thoroughly enjoyed and learning a little bit more about this car because like I said, I wasn't too sure about this hybrid thing, how it worked, and it was interesting to hear how technical it has been.
Yeah, it's a lot more simpler than the obviously the Formula 1 car. This thing is nothing. I mean, it's basically a Miata in comparison. And then the LMP1 also is super complex, which we tried to do that a few years ago, and let's just say that I don't think we're ever going back. Like, that hybrid system is just on another level, and yeah, it's not something we intend to play around with in the future.
Now, as a driver, you got a lot of information on your wheel available to you. If you wanted to elaborate on that, I'd like to know some more.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me pull that up there so I can see what you're seeing.
I can't see anything.
So right
here.
now we're seeing all zeros on the wheel, except for the
Yes.
lap times.
Oh, okay, got
Best
gotcha.
lap
And
last
RPM.
lap.
Yeah, we get RPM and lap time. That's it.
I can go in car here, and maybe you can explain it a little bit.
That would be awesome.
That would be so awesome if I could find a camera to do that.
It's there. We've
Is it?
seen it.
Oh, okay. It's somewhere in here. There we go.
So as soon as we swap over here to the car, I might say, yeah, I'll say zeros even for me since I'm not in the car, but I can explain kind of what everything means, you know, somewhat. So on the top left side, we'll have the tire pressures, which in these cars, I think on road course racing for the most part, like we're going to run as low pressures as possible, just to not like for qualifying, you'd want them a little bit higher, just since you're only doing the 1 or 2 laps, but kind of like in on oval side, you want them pretty low, just so it doesn't balloon basically, and at that point, I mean, you lose.
Yeah, you want to grow into a flat contact patch instead of
Exactly.
a balloon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And then, so right underneath that, you have the lap fuel, which is, it'll say basically how many gallons you're using per lap. And if I'm not mistaken, we're using the number, I don't think it's going to be exact, but I think it's 0.56 or 0.53, like somewhere in that range per lap.
Just over half. That's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. So overall, I think if I'm not mistaken, we do about 25 laps per stint, per fuel stint. And then right underneath that on the left side, you have the fuel that you've used so far through the stint. I think that says SOC on the very, very bottom left, which is kind of whatever percentage that you still have for battery power left. So the battery, the way it charges is when you apply brake, the friction and everything like that will charge the battery. And then once you're on the straight, it's over 90% throttle. It'll deploy the power unit, so it's the GKU, I think, GK unit. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. So that the power or the battery unit gets used. Now on the right side, you have the lap predicts, which is just an estimation on what you're gonna, what kind of lap time you're gonna be putting down. You have your last lap, which is pretty self-explanatory. You have your best lap, which is our session's best lap. I'm missing the, I guess, the 3 colors on the top right. You have your ARBs, if I'm not mistaken, and then your traction control. And for us, we're running our ARBs, I think, at 3.3. It's just something that we tested and preferred. I know that some of the faster guys, like Casey Kerwin and stuff like that, they run 1.1 and sometimes play around with it depending on the corners. I'm not on his level, so 3.3 is just what we stick to. And then for the traction control, I'm personally running 5.8, so 5 to the front, 8 to the rear. It just helps me not wheel spin. I know it's a little bit slower just because sometimes you have it just kick in if you slide a little bit sideways, but it helps me manage my stuff. And it just makes it easier overall. So, yeah. And then I think that's pretty much it. I can't really see anything else on the wheel to explain.
What button does it make you go to space?
Damn, I'm not sure. That's a button that I think we taped over because we're trying to win at Daytona, not win the race to Mars. So.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know. I mean, it's like Steven's dad said, you could frickin' fly a frickin' plane with this thing.
Hey, he did say that earlier. He did.
Crazy. I know
Yeah,
watching.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Vincent is running a F1 type of wheel right now, correct?
I believe so. I think
Is that what I heard earlier?
Yeah, I think you got one a few months ago, if I'm not mistaken, to kind of do this event and another road course racing stuff. Or it was when I think iRacing released the Mercedes F1 cars when he got it. And I mean, in my opinion, it's made him a better road course driver. I think he can be a little bit more accurate and timely with your wheel and inputs and stuff like that. So it's been working for him. But yeah, he runs, I think, a very similar wheel than there is in the car.
Sounds like the chat wants to find that injection button when you're in the car, Cedric.
Yeah, Collie was saying you were giving out secrets, so
Yeah,
you're getting the button.
Injection button.
I mean, I appreciate the answer. I didn't expect you to go quite that far with actual personal settings, but
Oh no, it's all right. I mean,
Yeah.
we grabbed like our setup. Like again, this car's new for us, so on the LMP2 we usually tweaked it ourselves, and we would grab a baseline from one of the setup shops, like the majority of the guys on iRacing do, and we tweak it to our liking. And unfortunately, in this car, like we didn't have too much information, and we didn't really do that much homework, like heading into this race with how basically the whole setup stuff works. So we kind of just grabbed one off VRS and put it in there, see what we liked, and played around with some of the in-car stuff. So there isn't too much, secret stuff. We just bought the VRS service and used their setup. So I'll give them the credit on the setup.
I mean, one thing I was mentioning before you came in was you guys are all pretty much similar with lap times. I mean, you guys have been able to jump right in, no matter who's been driving, and you guys are consistently in the 132, 133 area, which is, I mean, you got, so far 4 or 5 different driving styles, and you guys are all been able to run consistent times to one another. So that's always a testament to the setup too.
That. It's an absolute pleasure to see that, because you don't see that very often in iRacing, is a group of very similar time drivers running very specific lines on this track, and it's watching the patience level of each driver is knowing you have such a lead that you can lose in one mess up.
Well, and that's it. I've been covering these guys, Rev, for 3 years. Okay. Again, I talked about this earlier in the first broadcast, part 1. I don't want to brag, because there's a lot of teams out there that can do exactly what these guys are doing. But my main thing that I see out of these guys is they don't panic. If something happens, they don't panic. Not even one of them drivers. Or even when Zach spun out, I guarantee you, instantly in Discord they said, "Hey, calm down. Don't worry about it. It's a long race, and we'll get it back." And they don't panic. Some drivers get out there and spin it out and go, "Oh my God, I just lost 5 seconds," and then they just,
they start overdriving.
Oh, so bad to the point they wreck the car. Then you know what I mean. So I do give them props on that. And I've been back watching, and with the teams, okay. I also said this too, and I kind of jump around here as I'm talking about this. But last year they won the 24 Hours of Daytona. This year, it's looking good. Not going to say anything can happen. This is an internet-based game. Don't know what happens. But they are plus 8. Right, but they're plus 8 on the second place vehicle out there. But what amazes me right now is that last year it was a different team than this year, Rev. So take that and granted, okay? You got a different team from last year to this year.
You just elevated my thought about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah. I mean, it's something.
Crew, man. You guys are doing amazing. So.
I appreciate it. I appreciate all the kind words. I will say we didn't win the one last year. I think we won the one the year before that.
No, it was last year, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was last year.
I don't think it was last year. I think it was the
year. I think it was the year before. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, thanks for correcting me. But I do know that you won it.
Yeah, we have won the 24 before.
With a different crew.
Yes, yeah.
All right, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. And I will say, that's a testament. None of us are necessarily shy, and I will say that we're better at this on oval, because we do a lot more oval racing, obviously. But none of us are shy of hiding our data to each other, and so that's why you kind of see where if somebody's trailing off and is just way faster than the other guys, then we're able to go back and see their data and compare and learn from that. And so I feel
that's a team effort at that point. So
exactly.
I would expect at least that,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I feel like that's something that we're pretty good at, is if somebody starts falling behind or starts pulling ahead, then that we all kind of rally either to study and get better, or to pick that person off and help them improve. So I think that's a testament on why we're seeing our 5 guys, including myself, just all pretty close on pace, and to mention about the whole Zach spinning thing. I didn't know that, so when I go back later,
Oh,
I'm gonna get
uh-oh.
your fault.
See, now he's gonna give him a bunch of crap.
You stepped away. You were
Yeah,
probably
I was
taking a
gone.
nap.
Yeah. No, I
No,
was
he was
gone.
at
I
work.
was out for majority of the day. But no, it's
no,
all
Zach
good.
didn't
It
spin.
happens.
He didn't do it. Yeah, it was great.
No, it happens, and to say also, like, we've done our fair share of mistakes, like spins, and I feel like we're getting better as kind of from year to year, from race to race, that if you make a mistake, just put your head down and really focus up and try not to have a snowballing effect where you continuously make mistakes. We've definitely had that I'm guilty of it. I think we all are. That I've done in years past where you make one mistake and you're like, okay, and I would get mad and get quiet, and then you really try and push to make up the time that you lost, and that's when it you get worse and worse. I mean, like Zach just said in the chat, like what happened yesterday when I spun out on lap 1, and I pretty much got quiet, put my head down, focused up, and I mean, by the time I got to the pit stalls, I drove from dead last to back up to 4th. So
the beauty of Zach spinning was his in-car camera was on, so we got to see him in the moment, and he did not break a sweat at all. He was just like, all right, and he flipped the hair to the side real quick and was like, all right, let's just get back on track.
And he did. He got right back to that focus. And yeah, that's something I like to see in a driver. Somebody that can make that mistake, admit to the mistake, correct that mistake, and move on without worrying about that mistake.
Yeah. As somebody that is pretty good at making a mistake coming back and winning races, I will say that, like, making that mistake is, well, you go into a race, right, with a lot of pressure. Either you put that on yourself or people put that on you, but and then as soon as you make that mistake or you spin out, I feel like it's like a huge weight just off your shoulders. Like, okay, I made the mistake I was so scared of making, and it really wasn't that bad. I mean, just now, like, with kind of pressures off because I already messed up, let me just go out there and run laps and basically see what we can do. And it could totally switch the mentality. Obviously, it takes that experience and that kind of mentality to begin with. Like, it takes a special person to do that, which obviously Zach has done a really good job of rebounding, because I didn't even know he made that mistake. So nice job to him. But, to kind of just push that aside, like you guys said, and forget about it from one corner to the next is, it takes
well, to go from that, where he was, I believe, in second place at the time. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you guys were running in second, and to come back just a few hours later and see you have a 7 and now an 8-lap lead over the second place team, that to me should be very humbling to other teams. Not to be humiliating, but humbling. To say, oh my God, these guys are freaking phenomenal.
Well, yeah, and it's easy to say, these guys, these guys spun out, they had damage, and that's why these guys have like an 8-lap ahead. But guess what? These guys, Cat 5's guys haven't been making that type of mistake yet. Knock on wood.
Right.
Which, I mean, obviously being around you guys, Cedric, I know, how you guys all are. And how competitive every one of you are. And it's nice to see you guys right now dominating this for the last, like, I don't know, good, 9-8 hours right now. So it's
something like that. Yeah, I mean, we took over. I think we had the lead early, lost it, and then when I got in the car, we had the very fortunate thing that the leader wrecked out, and then and then from there,
what was the split at that time? I mean, what was his lead?
It was 53 seconds, I want to say. Was it 48, 53?
It was like 53, and then he wrecked out. So, I mean, like, obviously we put in a lot of preparation and practice heading into these races, but a lot of it, I mean, it's skill, but you need luck with it. I mean, you need people to have misfortune, and thankfully we got, a good amount of both. I feel like we got really lucky with how the competition, had a lot of misfortune, and at the same time, like, we put in the preparation to put ourselves in this position again. Obviously, it's still 10 hours to go in the race. We've been in this position countless amount of times. We go into these races as kind of with the expectation that we're going to win it, and I feel like majority of the time we do put ourselves in a winning position, and then something happens. I mean, we've seen leaders or cars get wrecked out in the last couple laps, and knock on wood, we got an 8-lap lead, and hopefully it keeps growing up until the checkered. But we can't get complacent, and anything can happen on any given lap.
But based on what I'm seeing, you guys are being very conservative, but still maintaining a decent lap time. On average, you guys are within 0.3?
Yeah, I think so. It's also, I mean, we all know where we can and can't make passes. Like, for example, like coming out of turn 1, like, we technically could make a pass in the S's, which, like, if it was a really close race or we had to make up time, we probably would push that issue. But right now, there's just not really a need for it. And I think we're all under that understanding. So we know the situation is just, we can't.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed. I mean, at the end of the day, I just don't know how to say it enough, but I am thoroughly impressed with your team driving abilities here. So
we appreciate it very much.
I can't give you any compliments because I know how good you guys all are. So
I'm learning.
Now, on the oval side, I just have to figure out how to close it out on, wicket and stuff like that. Since Rev's here, I figured I'd throw that in there.
Oh, we were talking about that league earlier a little bit. Having fun. Mason was up here, this past week's winner.
Nice, yeah.
So you'll get there.
Oh yeah.
Here you go, Cedric. Here's your one-on-one with Rev. Give it to him.
All right, I'm here.
What is there to give? All right,
I
Rev.
don't know.
I made a mistake on pit road. How dare you not give me a 5-lap advantage after I did that?
Yeah. What's up with you?
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
What kind of race control does that league have?
No, I tried.
Should have just red flagged the whole field except for me. Come on.
Okay, fine. Next time we'll see it. I think the flags are broken. I'm just saying.
Oh, is that what it is?
I know they're going to be broken in the next.
They're not working. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh man. No, I do my best to try to be as fair as possible. Most race controls don't sit here and type up the incidents for you guys. They just say, this is your incident, deal with it. I would rather give a little too much information than not enough.
Oh, God. You're my dad.
I mean, I think it's fair to the drivers to have a full explanation of why. Because, I do get a lot of people that will PM me and say, that was bogus, this is BS, this is... And I always
they want to know your reasoning, what you're thinking.
Right, and I will always respond saying, hey, I'll release after I review the race. Once I've reviewed the race, I have that opportunity to slow down, watch that moment over, to see if I got it right first off. If I didn't get it right, I say something. And I've had to reverse something last season. And it didn't hurt me to do that. I think it hurt the driver that I had to do that because I was wrong.
Right.
I mean, I got some pretty thick skin. I can take whatever people say about me. I don't, at the end of the day, I can't say I don't care because I care what these people care about, and that's their racing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nigel.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, to be fair and honest, I'm a human being, just like the drivers are all human beings. Drivers make mistakes on the track. I'm going to make mistakes with the calls. And I would hope that the drivers and the rapport I try to build with the drivers by running in the practice sessions, talking to every team that's in chat before a race, during their practice session, before the qualifying, I try to build that rapport so they know that I'm on their side for the long haul. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
I try to make it to where I'm accessible as well. Not necessarily right after a race. I'll be available the next day. Because I want tempers to clear.
I'll give you some credit. I'll tell you the incident between me and I don't even know who it was, but for the lead, I'm sure that wasn't a easy call to make because it was kind of like a racing incident,
I'm sure you read what I wrote in the penalties in the Discord. There is an explanation for that incident, and yes, it was that was a very tough one because I love Alex. Alex and I
Black
and a
flag 'em
few
both
others.
next time.
Pardon?
Black flag them both next time.
Yeah. Then I lose my job and
Well.
credibility.
Oh well, you'll get it back later.
Right? But no, there's a handful of us that came over from
Oh boy.
from a different league into the
Yeah,
the Wicked
yeah,
Race. I'm
yeah.
reading what he's writing, and the reason we did that because there was no accountability from the upper people. Okay, and I know that when Alex and Adam all decided to start talking about building a new league, I was actually talking to somebody else about building my own league.
Nigel just got a 300-second ban on YouTube.
Oh no.
Not from me, from Streambot.
Oh no.
What was he saying?
Yeah, nothing. He just put a laughing emoji in there.
Emoji?
I don't know why it's.
All right. Stream elements just hateful against emojis, apparently. Damn.
Yeah, it happens.
I can't do nothing about it. He has to wait.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, back to the conversation you were talking about.
But like at the end of the day, I had to penalize both the league manager and one of the other admins in Wednesday night's race. And I'm not going to say they were boneheaded moves, but based on that gentleman's rule of racing, if you're passing a vehicle, it's your responsibility not to hit that vehicle. It's not the responsibility of the vehicle in front of you that's being passed to move out of your way. So that you never seen that before?
Oh, I don't even know what to say.
Probably.
I'll give you credit because I know that there's a lot of eyes in the sky and guys that do the officiating that will probably favor like the managers and the admins, and so it was nice to, as somebody new in the league, that even if the guys in charge did make a mistake, you still gave them the penalty.
Yeah, you gotta hold everybody accountable.
Exactly.
Oh,
so that was refreshing as somebody new to the league, seeing that it doesn't matter if the guy.
Well, I mean, I'll do it to you too, Cedric. I'll do it to Steven.
That's fine.
Those who deserve it.
I made a mistake.
I'd accept anything.
I made the mistake, and when I lost it, I accidentally overcorrected in front of the field.
Yep.
That wasn't my intention at all, and I totally accepted that penalty. I mean,
well, the thing is that wouldn't have been a penalty until you touched another car.
Yeah. Well,
you would have got a
If you
freebie
went by yourself, you would have been fine.
Well, then don't touch another car.
My
God.
To be
That's
fair,
called.
if I'm gonna be that close to the front and just run out of talent, I deserve to be in the back.
It's called bad touching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No bad touching.
No bad touching.
It's the no square. But no
touching. No touching.
Exactly. But no, at the end of the day, I really do. I want to see the drivers to become more aware, even though I may be giving you a penalty. It's not because I hate what you've done. It's where I want to see you be next week. And then the week after that. I want you to have that consequence for the action. Whether it's good or bad, a consequence is still a good learning opportunity, regardless of the action.
Oh,
So,
I mean, I'm not against the if you made a mistake, you should be penalized for it. I mean, I think that's legitimate. I don't think that. I will give you credit though, also, because I don't think there's a lot of guys out there that want to sit there and watch a race and not want to participate in the race. I'll give you kudos. Like I personally wouldn't be able to do it. I think after like one or two races, I'd be like, okay, just put me in one of these cars. Like
Get me into a race, please. I need a race.
I can't handle just sitting here and watching a race.
well, to be honest, I'm disabled. I broke my back in '99, and I shake a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So when my hands shake and I'm having, say, a shaking episode, I cannot be out on that track with you guys because then you'd hate me for being the guy that wrecked you.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that.
So,
I'll give you that.
I mean, yes, I want to be out there racing. I really do. But I think over time, I think I'm learning that this may be the way I stay in the racing community.
In the sim racing, yep.
Yeah.
You get to enjoy it, you know? You know, you're not able to do something, but you're still able to get to enjoy watching it, you know what I mean?
And
It's a good
not
way
just
to look
watch
at
it, but be a part participant
Yeah,
in a way, because I get to help develop the drivers that are out there on that track. And you know, God forbid, you know, if somebody needs help, man, I've got the knowledge upstairs, and I could probably sit there and spot for somebody all day long, you know. But I'm not a verbal spotter. I'm gonna tell you when it's needed, and unless you want me to tell you this, you know, outside, door, tire. I'm not going to sit there and do that, because that can get annoying to a driver if they don't like that. If they want to know there's a car outside, tell me that's what you need. We'll work together on it. You know?
I like hearing bumper door clear. Give me all that. Give me all that info. I love that.
See, there are drivers that love that. I can't deal with that, because that distracts me.
Yeah, that doesn't distract me.
ADHD
I love that.
for me.
Give me all the info. Give me all the info you got. I'm in. Especially at Super Speedway. Tell me where the runs are coming from and all that stuff.
It's
Robert can contest. I told him earlier I love to talk, and I will talk. So if you tell me to talk, I will talk. Talk, he says.
What were you gonna say, Tommy?
I'm trying to get somebody unspammed.
His 5 minutes probably almost up, actually. I'm sure we'll hear of it when he gets untimeouted.
Oh man,
That's crazy.
That's
I don't think I've
crazy.
ever seen that.
Yeah, I never. 3 years of doing this, never seen it happen.
Imagine.
That's
wild. That's crazy.
So 17 years you've been in doing the racing thing, right, Robert?
Yes.
R Factor.
Awesome.
Back in NASCAR, NR 2002 or 1 or
That would be, if it's 17 years ago, it would be 3.
3. Well, yeah, okay. So that's when I got into it. Back in the
We're
Papyrus
still in
days.
January.
I got
Yeah,
into
the
it before
fire.
you. Imagine that. And I'm younger than you, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So and then I ran a league with Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kyle Petty, back in R Factor days. Back when we used to have Pal Talk. One of the
Pal
things
Talk.
before
Remember
team speak, and used to have Pal Talk.
How about
and,
Ventrilo? Remember Ventrilo?
Yep.
That's a throwback right there.
Yep, that's throwback there. Back in the TeamSpeak days, so which is
TeamSpeak.
But
iRacing.
yeah, so we had a league, ran every Saturday night. We averaged about 50 registered vehicles, and
Okay, did they just switch drivers?
No.
no,
okay.
he's doing his first stint pit stop.
Okay.
The second stint coming out, and after this, we should be getting another. Who's
Nick.
next in car? Nick. Okay, Nick.
And then Cedric.
And Cedric. So yeah, to answer that question, it's been 17 years. Ran a league for multiple years and things like that. So
Oh, that's awesome. How many years has it been Freaky Fast?
Ricky Fast is going on 4 years now. I basically started in R Factor and was helping build a mod called Stock Car Evolution. Did all the beta testing with them and had a league and blah 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 blah. Well, like everything, all good things come to an end. Unfortunately,
Yep.
that's just the way it is. That's life. And people just branched out and started doing their own thing. And one day, iRacing sent me an email and said, "Come join iRacing for $1 for a year." And I went, "Oh, I ain't leaving. I'm set in my own ways. I've been R Factor for 7 years. Why am I going to leave something I'm comfortable with? It's like trying to teach a dog new trick. Old dog new tricks. It's not going to happen." Well, I spent $1, played the game for probably a month, and said, "This game's crap." Honestly, I did, and I was like, because I didn't give it the time or effort. And R Factor was dying off, and probably a couple months later into that ordeal, I started more focusing on iRacing, and I was like, "Oh, I'm getting in that. I actually like this. Graphics are good. I like the model of it, and laser scan cars and things like that." And so that drew me into iRacing, and I haven't left iRacing. I've been with the service for I don't know, over 10 years now, whatever it would be. But so when that time came, I was always a league owner, and I said to myself, I don't want to go down that road no more. I just, I've done it for so long that I was not enjoying the racing side of things anymore because my mind was always focused on running the league, make sure things are going right, make sure the servers are up, make sure the bills were paid, things like that. And so I started looking for a league, and I explained all this in the part 1, but I'll say it again to kill some time. We got plenty of time to kill.
We got different viewers, man.
Right.
Yeah,
So
right.
so what I did was I started looking for a league, Rev, and I couldn't find that league that fit my style or what I was looking for or the rules that I wanted to see, put into. It was always something this or something that, or I disagreed with something, and it didn't work out. So I said, well, you know what? I'm going to start an iRacing Leagues page on Facebook groups. Well, that group is still running as of today. It's got almost 17K members in it with a whole bunch of league information being posted daily on there. And it's been around over 10 years now, I think 11 years now that's been around. So I started that thinking, okay, let people start posting leagues in, and maybe I'll find something, that will draw my interest. Well, again, that didn't happen. Okay, it is what it is. I ended up starting my own league, and now this is where it comes into the Cedric, Zach, Brian, all ordeal. I started up a league, and the first open race was at Texas, and I ran into Zach. Me and him ran side by side through the whole race, and I offered him to come join the league. And he took the offer, and that offer turned into building more drivers. And then Cedric came along, Brian came along, and then before we knew it, long story short, over the time period, they became friends. They started Cat 5, blah, 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 blah. Now, Brian says this all the time, and they say it, and look, I don't take credit for anything, but if it wasn't for me, these 3 guys probably wouldn't know each other. I basically molded this together, if you really want to say it. I don't take credit because that was up to them.
So you're responsible for this boy band.
Three.
Yeah, but it was up to
guys.
that.
It's not 3 guys. You have to think that once he started off that league, right? Like we, Nick and I, which Nick is racing tonight, or he's about to race, I guess, right before me, but. Me and him joined the same recruitment race, and pretty much we battled it out for the lead, and then we both decided to join the league that he made, which is kind of where we met Zach and and Robert and stuff like that. And then a couple, maybe 3-4 months later, I feel like, or maybe it was like 6 months later, but regardless, Brian eventually joined the league for whatever reason. Then a couple, I guess like a year or 2 goes by, Robert gets bored, and I would imagine it was boredom or whatever. I don't remember what you said, but you decide to, I don't want to do this anymore. Here's the league, guys. Basically, here's the league, guys. I want to do broadcasting. So you decide to do Freaky Fast broadcasting, build that up with help of, I'm sure, a lot of people. I don't remember everyone. You can mention names if you want, but
Zach, Brian, all you guys, even you helped in the past. I mean, it was all team effort.
And then eventually you you broadcasted the league SRU, which is where we met Steven over here. So Stemp eventually, from hanging out with him for months and stuff like that, he became a close friend and then part of the team. And then after that, you broadcasted NAICC, which most of us guys ended up joining, which is where we met Vinny. So, pretty much all of Cat 5, all of our members was really probably through Freaky Fast, whether that was Racing Freaks back in the day or Freaky Fast broadcasting now. So
that's crazy to think
about. But I don't take credit for that because it was up to you guys to become friends, not me. You guys made that decision. You know what I mean? So
he said, "Look, here's the bowl. I'm pouring you in. Get in there.
Get in. If you fall out, then you're not meant to be." No.
Watch out for the cereal spoon.
Right, exactly. But yeah, I mean, so that's how Freaky Fast. So Freaky Fast has been. I basically, to backtrack what Cedric said, I got out of the league side of things after running the league for 3 years. I was just worn down and burned out after 14 years of doing it. You know what I mean? And I said, these guys wanted broadcasting, for the league. And I'm like, guys, it costs a lot of money to do this. Like that was, 3 years ago. I said, I'm already paying out enough. No one wants to help donate to the league for me to be able to cover all the funds. I can't pay out thousands of dollars a year for what you want. So unfortunately, I stepped back, but we kept the league running, and I started broadcasting the league and doing it that way and stepping my foot into the broadcasting side of things. And I found my itch. This is what I like to do. I'm the type of guy that I like to mess with graphics, coding, images. What can I make different? What can I make look cooler? What can I I don't want to say steal, because I don't steal stuff. I'd never steal anything from anybody that makes any kind of work. All credit goes where credit is due. So, like you're seeing this overlay. I didn't build this overlay. I edited the overlay to fit our style, but I didn't build this. You know what I mean? It goes all to SDK crew that put the time and the months into building stuff like this. But yeah. So it just one thing led to another, and they seen our broadcast, and they're like, hey, can you broadcast our league? And I'm like, okay, sure. And then one thing led to another, before we knew it, we were 6-7 days straight last year broadcasting, nonstop, all the way, every day, broadcasting for a good 6 to 8 months. So this is where we are now, Freaky Fast, and we have a crew of Brian. Cedric helps every once in a while. Sam doing all the calling, all the graphical editing things on the video side of things. Zach's doing stuff. I do stuff in the background. We got Christopher Norris is a social media guy. The company built from 2 people to like 11, 12 people in staff that get paid to do stuff, so it grew something big, and we have goals here at Freaky Fast. We are just not a laid-back broadcasting company that you pick in to watch other broadcasters. I'm not going to beat and bang on other broadcasters, and if they're out there watching it on YouTube or go back and watch this, hey, I give you all credit. I support every broadcaster out there in iRacing 100%. You got any questions or need help with something, hit me up on DM, and I will help you the best of my ability that I can. But we have goals at Freaky Fast, Rev, that we want to see the leagues that we broadcast grow, become bigger, become more knowledgeable. People get to see it. They want to come out and watch the races, which then helps you guys, and it helps us. So I've always said it in every meeting that I have before we sign with any league, and I tell all my commentators and people I help, it's teamwork and team effort like you see with Cat 5 out there. They're not out there running in the league, as just because of one person. There's no I in team. So as your league on Wednesday night, we all work together by getting the drivers to share the stream. All you got to do is everybody's got a cell phone. You either got an Android phone or they got an Apple phone. Hit that share button. Share it to your social media platform. It just takes 2 seconds to do that. And you believe it or not, it helps. And right now, starting in the 2023 season, and we're hoping it keeps, going forward and keeps going bigger, but we are averaging per stream between 35 to 40 plus live viewers. Now, on Wednesday night, you guys almost hit 50 viewers watching your race on YouTube. 50.
Oh, that's amazing.
For iRacing NASCAR, I call a mid-tier, broadcasting company. That is amazing when you can hit them kind of numbers. I'm sorry, it is.
Mid-tier. You see your 1440 P60 HD. Ain't no mid-tier. Get out of here.
Well, I mean, like at the end of the
graphics on this
day,
thing.
Well, thank you.
But at the end of the day, Robert, we over at Wicked, if it weren't for people like Nigel, Alex, John Curtis, Adam, we would not have what's being built over there whatsoever.
Yep. Exactly.
And and I don't want to include the drivers,
exactly,
because they're a huge part of it, bigger than any one of the admin over.
Yep.
And I feel that's kind of what the atmosphere is that our admin are drivers. They're not admin in a race. They're drivers.
Exactly.
And I think that's what separates a lot of leagues from what we're building. And I know we capped at 35 drivers this season. Last season we had 25 drivers we capped at.
And
You
I
know,
think
who
that's a good
knows?
number.
And
That's me personally. Hey,
Oh, your
that's me
ex-wives.
personally, but
sorry.
I just saw what was Stemp's dad or Stemp Senior. in there.
Wow. Okay.
Well, hey, listen, he's a big Rodney Dangerfield guy, so anything he says in chat is mostly derived from him.
Oh Lord.
what, he
No
wants to know
respect.
how that name came about.
For
I already told him. I told him.
Yeah,
So that Racing Freaks League. That's how Freaky Fast. My guess, because you guys
Well,
kind of touched on it.
that's how this all started. Okay, back in the day, you
Exactly.
know, we wanted to come. I started a league, and I'm like, well, I need a league name, and the wife said Freaky Fast, and I went, oh, okay. She goes, but not with an A. She goes, do 2 E's, and I went, okay, that sounds pretty good. Let's just roll with that, right? So I rolled with that, and back in the day, I used to own a web hosting company for Papyrus, and used to host over 500 websites, and it was called Hosting Freaks, spelled the same way. And then Hosting Freaks went to kept Racing Freaks, and now here we are at Freaky Fast Broadcasting. So Freaky has been in the name for over 2 decades.
Freaky Fast, Freaky Nuts.
Do you really want me to bring that out again?
I remember when I initially joined like Freaky Fast, I was like convinced for months up until I heard like the story of like why it was with 2 E's. I was like, Robert doesn't know how to spell.
Yeah.
He messed up the name of his league.
Yeah, I figured that, and because I looked at the wife and went, "You sure you want to go with 2 E's?" She goes, "It's unique. It's no one spells it that way." And I went, "Good point." I mean, that's honestly a good point.
It is
Dad
true.
is killing me. I'm gonna have to mute because I can't stop laughing.
Yeah, so back in the day when we used to go green flag racing, you know, I used to go, let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go freaky fast, freaky crazy, and freaky nuts. That
Listen,
used to
I
be the
remember-
same. So,
Listen, I remember. What was the first race with SRU? February of 20,
yeah,
maybe? Yeah.
somewhere around there.
Boy, 3 years ago. It's wild.
Damn.
And listen, you guys think, like I mentioned about the graphics right now, you should have seen the graphics back then. This was 3 years ago.
Uh,
I still go back and watch those races, you know.
yeah, so do I. I went back to the very first broadcast me and Zach and Brian Johnson did, and oh my God. That's all I'm
great.
saying. You could
A long way.
sound like I was lost, like I didn't know what I was doing, because I never felt comfortable in the booth. I'm not a talker, like as this way. You get face to face with me, I'll talk your head off left and right. But when you put me in front of the screen, I just get mind-boggling. I don't know what I'm saying, and I never finish my sentence. I always go from one thing to another, and then my wife looks at me and goes, "What the heck were you talking about 5 seconds ago?" You know, like, "Oh, I forgot
don't know.
to finish that." Yeah. You know. So, anyways, enough of my ramping on me. Wasted that 30 minutes of time.
It's all right. We still have.
We got plenty of time.
I was gonna say, yeah, we still have 9 hours. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
there's 9 hours left. So keep
That's
talking.
a story about me, but hey, we're going to keep talking. Don't forget about our charity event coming up here,
Yes.
February 11th. We noted on it before. We have 13 people actually out there watching this Cat 5 brought to you by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. I'm astounded that we're pulling them numbers just for an event like this that hasn't been really promoted, or it's a league event. So that goes to show the support right there. And everybody at Freaky Fast says thank you, for that. But we got a Daytona 500 coming up here. I think there's maybe 5 slots left now of 43 cars. It's going to be a huge event. It's for juvenile diabetes. We raised over $600 as of right now for it, and our goal is to hit 1,000. So I don't see why we shouldn't hit close to that. Last year we did a Daytona 6-hour event, which was really fun. The video has over 1.3K viewers, or 1.6K views on that. We had over about almost 200 people watching it last year at one time, which was crazy. but we raised $800 just for that, for juvenile diabetes. So let's see if we can beat it this year.
And Cedric
that is
just
awesome.
posted the Discord link to go in and sign up, donate for a good cause, obviously.
Well, and that's it too. I was telling you guys earlier, Rev, and this is for you. Didn't mean to step on you there.
No.
You joined our community Discord. Our community Discord is, quote, what it says it's for. It's for the community, okay? There is an oval spot in there that you can take and post race images about your league, whatever you want to recruit people as they join our Discord. It's free range. The only rule that we have on Discord is keep it clean. You know what I mean? You don't keep it clean, you're going to get deleted and warned. If you don't listen, you're going to get banned. I don't play no games, never did, never will. It's all about community and helping each other and helping other leagues grow. And that's what it's there for.
Oh, that's amazing. And I wouldn't expect anything less either. You know, a clean Discord is a good Discord. So.
I hate to switch subjects on a good cause, but while we were talking about the race in a couple of weeks on February 11th and the original leagues and how we all met, Vincent Sora has now surpassed Zachary Hall's fastest lap. He has put down a 131.661 back on lap 558.
You're plus 8 laps ahead. Where are you going? He's racing the airplanes out of turn 4.
He found that space button. He found the space button. And he's going to space.
He hit that boost button.
No, there's airplanes that go out of turn 4. He's trying to see if he can beat them.
That is insane, because the fastest lap that Zach put down was what did I say earlier? 132.
We can actually, let me see if I can find it.
Fair enough. That's a good
I like it. Yeah, I like what Carly put in
132. 132.053, and he beat that by almost 0.4 of a second. That is wild.
There we go. There it is, a 131.661.
Oh, he's definitely doing some work. I mean, I like a lot of his entries.
Well, you said you wanted to see him race, and
I've been watching it.
There you go.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm very surprised. Yeah, like so far, all 4 drivers I have watched have had, once again, very similar times, but all their lines are completely different.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see how well they're running together.
Do you watch Podium at all, Rev? Esports?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay.
I do not. No.
On Monday night, little backstory. Monday night, they have a race, and Vincent Sora, Presley Sora, they're brothers. And Presley is he's pretty fast. He's like his brother. He won the championship last year against top-notch NASCAR drivers. He's another GOAT on another level himself. So
awesome.
Yeah,
I give it a few years. Vince is going to be there.
I give it 2. Yeah, he's fast. So we're trying to bring in a rivalry of the Sora brothers racing against each other. That's what we're trying to do. I
think we should see that.
I have no idea.
Sorry, that was my dog.
Oh.
I thought you fell out of your chair.
No.
I thought you were like...
It's a long race. So.
I thought you got all excited and fell over.
All right, so we can't talk about his brother because we don't want Vincent messing anything up, all right?
All right. So how about those Giants?
They scored a touchdown the last I seen. Oh, that's about all I know.
About to throw by Zach that we're going to put in team orders where we all have to come down Pier Road, run qualifying times here in the middle of the race just so we can try and beat that lap.
Well, Zach has already says I'm coming for that.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna be in the car right before him, and I'm gonna try and push for that lap. So
I can't wait to see it.
We'll see. I think though, I mean, in case I don't beat it, I'm going to throw in the excuse now that it's just because it's gonna probably be a little earlier in the morning, and so the temperatures are more than likely gonna be up.
Yeah.
I'm setting myself up for defeat just in case I can't beat it.
There you go. Always
if I
find
do
that
beat
great
it-
excuse.
Because I'm the greatest.
I'm making excuses. Oh, I know too much about you. Oh, trust me, I will push you to the win.
Yeah, we
That's
have
crazy though. He did that 2 laps after he pitted too. That is wild. Crazy.
It's those fresh tires, man.
Yep.
They, I will say in this car, like if you're going to set down like a purple lap, like a hot lap, you either have to do it with fresh tires, like on the opening laps, or you have to do it when your fuel tank is basically empty and you have no weight in the car. Like it's kind of in the middle part of the run. I mean, I don't think that anybody would do it unless you had draft, just because your tires are used up and you're still a little heavy on fuel. So I'm kind of interested to see what he does at the end of the run here.
Well, his stint should be coming in here soon.
Another 10 minutes roughly.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Guys aiming for 11 p.m.
He's
Yeah.
just did that, let's see, he's going to the bus stop and he has estimated 10.5 laps left, so yeah, we cross the line this time by probably 10 laps to go.
It looks like the Eagles are going to win 31-7, fourth quarter, 5 minutes to go.
Garbage.
Yeah, rigged.
I don't understand. Their roster shouldn't have worked as well as it did this year.
Peters.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got some new toys to play. One new toy to play for broadcasting. I got the new string deck with the knobs on it. So,
Ooh.
yeah,
Fancy.
We're gonna have some background music playing and intro and hyped up music. Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got the stream deck when it first came out, and I loved it. It helped me stream so well.
Yeah, that's what I'm using right
And,
now. So,
Then they came out with that large one, and I was like, man, I gotta have that. How much is it? Oh, I can't afford that, so I'm not gonna get it. And I've been happy with this one ever since.
Unfortunately, I paid $200 for this one, so
Ooh,
it better do what it's supposed to.
I hope so, for your sake.
Yeah, right. We'll find out tomorrow if I'm throwing it against the wall.
Yeah, I've just gotten to the point where I build my own boxes now, so.
Okay. I've never went into that technology. It's pretty interesting how people can do it.
Oh, it's fun, and you learn something too. 8-lap lead, yeah.
9 laps.
you-
actually.
9.
Yeah, we're plus 9 now.
Not +9. Wow.
That's wild.
He could park over and take a 15-minute nap and still be in the lead.
If he had to go to the bathroom, now's the time to pull over and do it.
All right?
Right. Just pull over in the bus stop, you know. No, I mean, building it with, like, say, an Adreno or a Raspberry Pi, it's pretty simple if you know the programming. If you don't know the programming, it's a nightmare.
Okay. Never got into that stuff, so that part I always was neat seeing people build, like, you know, admin box, button boxes, things like that we see out there for sim racing and things like that. It's very interesting. But I was like, how do they do that?
Well, my current project right now is actually I'm building a head tracker right now. A couple LEDs, and a old PS3 camera that I ripped out the IR filter and put a light filter on it so it picks up IR. But I'm building it to have its own software instead of having to rely on somebody else's written code, like you were kind of talking about earlier. I like to make my own stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
And I want it to work better than these hacks you see on YouTube making it.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't call them hacks. I mean that as a term of endearment, not anything bad, because they're literally hacking stuff to make this stuff work.
Right.
But I'm going to use like more powerful IR LEDs. And just make them brighter so where these cameras can pick it up a lot easier, so on and so forth.
And then sell it to Sony?
Sell it their own stuff back to them, right?
Yeah, right. Why not? Yeah, they'll never know.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
It's worth a shot.
No, I just want to get a prototype together, and then I'll actually build my own circuit board for the camera, and then send it off to a factory to have it mass produced, if it works.
Huh? Don't know if you don't try, right?
Nope. I just enjoy making those. I just making crap, whether it's good crap or bad crap. I just enjoy making it.
There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you always need a dreamer out there, because if you don't,
Yeah.
the world ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, 400 billion dreams, and only one or two of them have worked. So
Right. But hey, one's better than none.
exactly.
As we're watching Vincent just fly through the bus stop. What time is it in Sim now? Around 4 o'clock in the morning?
I wish I could say it. Honestly, I have the like my VR isn't put on properly. It's completely
5:04.
Okay, so what are you looking at, Cedric, as maybe you would know this answer more than us. What time does the sun start coming up here? Around 7?
Yeah, I think that we checked it out. I think it was 7:18 was the number or something
Okay.
like that. Roughly around that time.
Okay.
That's when sunset should be coming a
Oh,
little.
we got a
around.
battle.
Wow, we got a pick right there.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
and smart
I picked
move
him.
from Vincent there, just back out of it. No point. That guy
He
doesn't
moved
want to
over
get
for
another. That guy doesn't want to go down another lap. Fine, it is what it is. You already got him. I don't even know who it is in front of him. Let's see here. That is Captain Slow Racing 63, car number 30, running in 8th position.
26 laps down.
How many?
26.
So why would you even? Okay, whatever. Guess they don't want to go 27 laps down.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I mean, look, Vincent's flashing the lights to him, telling him, dude, move over. Come on, I'm faster than you. Okay, this is where Vincent just needs to calm down, pick his poise, and do it when you have, run.
Yeah, I don't think he appreciated that pick too much.
Yeah,
No.
that was kind of
He'll-
unnecessary
he'll get him
move.
Agreed.
Dive bomb.
it's sad. I live here in Daytona.
Oh, he's gonna pick
So-
him. He's gonna pick him.
No, they're going to go 3 wide. Oh, God, this
Oh,
guy
no.
is, please. Okay. Good job, Vincent, by doing that. Okay. Okay, back to you're living in Daytona?
Yeah, I live here in Daytona. I should have known what my sunrise is.
Yeah, true. Now, see, look, this guy, he didn't seem too happy now. Now he's going after Vincent, but unfortunately, he's a little faster than you. But now they're coming up on, let's see here, 6th place in BMWs here. Team CRT, car number 29.
Yeah, if this
Oh,
30,
actually, racing team. Yeah.
it looks like he's trying to race him. Never mind, he's backing off now.
Well, even if he wants to race him, Vincent, as we've shown now, is faster than him. He should be able to pull away. Now, the question is when does he catch back up to him? What do they go through again? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of afraid of there in the infield turns.
I think it'll be fine. Like Vincent only has 5 more laps on track too, so and then he's taking he'll be out of the car till the morning, so
Right.
Okay, cool.
it's not like he's doing another stint after. So even if you get somebody a little upset, I don't think it's gonna hurt us too much.
Now you're getting into the car now, right?
No,
No,
next
Nick.
up is Nicholas
Okay.
Crawford for 2 spins, 2 fuel stints.
Midnight shift for Cedric. He's club midnight right now.
Yeah, going in about
10-4.
12:30, and getting out of the car at around 2 a.m. just to get back in at 4 a.m.
That's a solid break right there.
Yeah. it is.
Yeah.
It's called when I
nap.
switched to part number 4 on the stream at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's called bedtime. I gotta be back up by 6 in the morning to end the stream.
So
I might jump on. I might jump on with you around then, because I'm sure my little guy will be on. But I'll hang in for the last stint.
Yeah, well, It's open channel tonight, unless I hop off.
Open channel, it's been a pleasure. I've enjoyed coming on here since 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Appreciate you having me as always.
Oh, I would appreciate you being up in the booth, and never thought this would turn out this way. Me and Sam were worried, going, "Oh boy, what are we gonna do? We'll just walk away and let it go." I sat here more than what I thought I would sit here. Every time I get up to go to the bathroom, my legs say, "Ow!"
I come in here. Sam hasn't come back since. He's like, I'm done for the night.
He's like, Steven's got this.
I think him and Norris, and then also
They're
Tyler
still
Dang, they're
practicing?
running. Yeah, they're running laps for the race next Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Now, all right. So
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Here
coming
we go.
from this track, being at Daytona, of course, and having Wednesday night a couple of nights later, I'm sure that helps you prepare a little bit more, even though it's a different car. You're in the mentality of having a road course, right? I mean, you feel pretty good about that, Cedric?
Yes and no. I mean, if it was like any other road course, I would prefer it much more. I'm not a big fan of walking the line, honestly. And I apologize for the dog right there. If it was, yeah, I'm personally not a big fan of walking Glen. I know it's a fan favorite for most people, but I don't know. It's kind of like the super speedway road courses where it's just very basic, and it's kind of like a even playing field, I guess, for most drivers. Where
Well, for me, that's kind of the allure of that track. You know, is the fact that it does help bring together the less experienced closer.
yeah,
You know, you look at like another NASCAR track, Sonoma. Okay, and that's a little bit more technical. It's got some pretty good uphills, downhills. It's got some pretty nice turns, and that is still a basic road course. You know.
yeah, absolutely. It's just also, I think, over the years for myself, like what's made me dislike Watkins Glen, like other than the fact that I think that it's just like a very basic road course, is the fact that, you know, it is very, very popular, and so every league runs it, and so when you, I guess for myself, speaking of experience, like I've ran in just about every single series or like every season and just about every league that I've been in, so I'm kind of like over that track personally. I mean, I'm confident about, you know, going in there and racing for possibly a win, but yeah, I'd enjoy if it was pretty much any other road course. So that's just.
I mean, I'd love to see the Cup cars run at Sebring.
That'd be fun. That'd be fun. I mean, like I'm a big fan of just racing any road course. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a NASCAR, you know, quote unquote NASCAR road course. It could just be like for WSSR, we're going to the new one that iRacing just released. I'm trying to remember the name. I'd have to pull it up, but it's like it starts with an R.
I don't know. I mean, first thing that comes to my mind is Road Atlanta, but you know.
No, it's a new track that you guys are running on WSSR. I forget what it's called.
It is. As soon as I find it, Ruskogan. Something like that. Yeah, that's just, you know, an off weird track. We ran Le Mans last season. Like we'll always have like that one or two tracks per season that's just completely off the wall. That I don't know. I enjoy because it's completely different. In other leagues I've ran. Bathurst in the Cup cars, which was really, really fun and
that is
super
an
hard.
amazing track.
Yeah, we ran Jose Carlos Base, which is the F1 Brazil track. You know, all that stuff. Red Bull Ring, you know, name it, and Suzuka is also a fun one. Like it's just to branch off and have those different kind of experiences are really fun to me.
Mount Panorama. I actually got to drive there years ago when I was visiting in Australia. I was in the Navy, and we went to Perth, the Fremantle, which is in Western Australia, and a couple buddies of ours decided to go to a race all the way on the other side, and it was at Bathurst, and they had you could pay to drive the course.
Oh, nice.
And if you had the best time out of that group of drivers, they moved you up into a practice session with some professional drivers. And I had the fastest lap, and I got to drive that track. I was completely blitzed. You know, I mean, like, not even drunk, but just like blitzed out of my mind. It was such a rush. It was such a high. That was the first time I ever drove any type of race car.
That's really cool. Yeah, that I mean, I'm sure that was just an out-of-world experience. I mean, to have the opportunity to run on one of the most iconic tracks in the world.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you guys know about me. I know Robert earlier today. I think Steven heard some of it. I worked in NASCAR. Hey, what's up, Alex? I worked in NASCAR. I worked for several, teams over the years. In fact, in the Car Pics channel, I posted a few pictures of one of those teams' garage. And the one thing that we did, like a lot of mechanics, and Robert also knows this, we would want to race. So they kind of developed a series that we called the Chump Car Series. And
I'm sorry, every time I hear it, man, it brings back memories.
I'm sure it does. And the Chump Car Series was basically, it was a $500 race car racing at premier road course tracks like Daytona, Sebring, Atlanta, so on and so forth. These were, they raced out of Sonoma. They raced out of the Glen. They raced out of.
Didn't they race in Martinsville?
Yeah, they had a Martinsville run.
Yep. That's where I seen them first time ever, way back in the day.
That was the most ridiculous track they could have ever chose.
Yep.
If you saw it, you probably saw like 10 cars that limped across the finish.
Yeah. That's why I keep laughing. It was the most. I don't know. To me, it was like, man, they need to fix this. This ain't. It's entertainment. I tell you what.
And that's what it was designed for. But it was also giving the guys that don't really have a chance to
race.
It gives the mechanics that opportunity.
Correct.
And stuff like that. Like I'm gonna post another picture of us in Atlanta, and
my dad actually just had a good question for Watkins Glen while we were on the Watkins Glen talk.
Oh yeah.
He asked, with all the experience we have in the booth, who's the best driver you've seen at Watkins Glen?
Yeah, we're talking in real life or
real life, yeah.
That's tough. Because it depends on what series you're asking about.
Yeah.
I guess
come on,
NASCAR.
Come on, Stampian. What are we talking about here?
I guess we'll just stick with NASCAR.
Let's stick with NASCAR.
Okay.
Because I know IMSA, they do the IMSA, the 6 hours too. So.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's so many drivers to name.
I mean, you have to remember Gordon had a really good run early on in the late 90s.
Oh, and sim racing, you said.
Oh, sim racing. Wow.
Oh, and sim racing? Let's go real life, because I have no clue in sim racing.
I have no idea either. Sim racing wise, I don't know.
I'm gonna have to say, holy crap, man! Because I wouldn't be able
between Stewart and Gordon, I think, because both had pretty good success at both of those.
Yeah.
Both those guys had success at Watkins Glen, because looking at the history, I'm pulling up here. So I remember late 90s, Jeff Gordon had a bunch of wins. So did Mark Mine, though.
See, that's the thing,
Yeah, but didn't Marcus Ambrose always run and dominate those?
Nah, he only won once.
Oh, okay.
Twice. 11 and 12.
Okay.
He ran up front.
But as far as consistency, who would you say, though?
Stewart holds the record
you had
for
people like
most wins. 5.
Right. But as far as consistency overall of a career, you don't need a win to be the better driver, so to speak.
No.
I mean, and then you could add names like Boris said. You could add, Ambrose. You could add these types of drivers to that list. So it's a tough question to answer. Because if you did it by wins, absolutely Stewart all day long. Gordon, yeah.
Right, Gordon so obviously Gordon didn't win his last win at Watkins Glen was 2001.
Yeah.
So you have Gordon won 97, 98, 99, 01. Stewart won 02, 04, 05, 07, 09. So Stewart kind
Holy
of did it for
wow.
like a 10-year period,
Right.
where he was pretty successful. And then you have a bunch of guys that have won twice: Rusty Wallace, Ricky Rudd, Kyle Busch, Kyle Lawson, Chase Elliott.
It's funny you said Ricky Rudd because he always ran top 15 at road courses, no matter where they went.
Mm-hmm.
Like that circuit they ran in Suzuka, where the first time the Earnhardts ran together.
I feel like Ricky Rudd was always a consistent driver at road courses. When I was younger, I feel like he was always up front.
I mean that's something I remember. And yes, you mentioned Mark Martin. Mark Martin, I think, just overall was one of the most consistent drivers ever to be in any type of car. I mean, you look at his Busch Grand National Series titles in wins, and then you take that talent and knowledge that he carried over into the Cup Series.
iRock cars.
Huh?
iRock.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't even get into that. I'm just saying, look what he did in the Cup Series. He was a top 5 contender almost every single year. I mean, so. But as far as road courses, he did amazing on road courses. So to pick one, I'd have to go with Stewart, and the only reason I would say Stewart is because he's got 5 X's there. So.
I feel like Stewart's always been a good road course racer, though. In general, not only Watkins Glen, but Sonoma.
I think that comes from his open wheel experience and his. I would have to give him that, and I don't even know how else to throw his background into my thought, but yeah, Stewart, awesome.
Well,
I didn't call him
while we were talking about Tony Stewart and road courses there, we've had a driver change. Nick Crawford is now in the Category 5 machine. I didn't really get to watch much of Nick's stint earlier when I was working.
Either did I. So that's why you guys are talking. I was just paying attention, watching Nick out there.
I did. By the way, Carly says he is the best sim racer at Watkins Glen, just so everybody knows.
That's it, not finishing.
Oh! Wow!
Ow!
Wow!
Love you, Carly.
That was not me, by the way.
Love you, Carly. Yeah, come on, Rev, be nice.
Okay.
I like picking on him.
Just pick on everybody.
Oh, that's
as long as we pick equally.
He's saying we got a spicy battle for second place right now.
Oh yeah.
Between Hinton and Gallardo.
He says now it was spicy before the pit stop.
It looks pretty spicy still. I mean, he's only 1.7 in front, so he's close, right? No, never mind. I read that wrong. My apologies.
Yeah. It says 1.6 MI.
Cedric, did we lose you? Are you still there?
He's sleeping.
All right, guys. You guys are going to have to find another driver at midnight.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. No, I meant to take my dog out. Sorry. Oh.
Nothing.
Speaking of that, I got to take mine out real quick.
Sounds like everybody in the booth's like, we need a break.
What was the question that I missed?
Oh, we were talking about Watkins Glen.
Oh, about the
Cup drivers.
Who's the best drivers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cedric's gonna say Brad Kozlowski or something. So.
Oh, come on.
Or Joey Logano.
Yeah, I was just gonna say he'd go Joey Logano.
Joey Go.
I'll be back in like 3-4 minutes.
All right, Rev.
No, I think that like obviously in my opinion, I think that in the Cup Series now, like there's better road course racers than there was like in years past. So with that being said, I think that, and you know, I'm not necessarily like I'm not a fan of his because I'm a Joey Logano fan, but I think that somebody like Chase Elliott might not necessarily have the wins of like a Jeff Gordon or Stewart, but considering he's been able to beat, I feel like probably better road course talent throughout his career, I'll give him the upper hand, I guess, for Watkins Glen. I think when it's all said and done, he'll probably have the most wins on that track.
Well, that's it in real life. They're going to more road courses, as we know. So you can mold these guys into be better road course racers. You know what I mean? So the more you do it, the better you get at it, So that's my opinion about it.
Yeah, and then you think about it like Austin Dillon, for example, is hopping in one of these cars during the 24 in real life, and he's doing it this year.
Right.
You've had like NASCAR drivers kind of making the scene to road course series and helping out in some of the bigger venues. So they're more.
Who's covering the 24-hour next week? NBC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're usually the one that covers it. Yeah.
I can't wait to watch it. I mean, that's when the hype comes up and everything, as we get ready to go into the racing season, for another whole year. Wow, I can't believe it. We're in a whole new year. And time flies as we watch the cars.
Favorite courses to race or broadcast in sim by you guys on the booth?
Jeez, favorite courses or to broadcast? Oh boy. Well, I'm gonna put it out there right now, and everybody should know this: super speedway racing can go fly a kite. Sorry, Stempion. That's not racing to me. So I hate super speedway racing. Don't like it. Never will. Don't even like calling it, and that's why you don't see much on the broadcasting side of things. But I would have to say like a track that they don't go to no more. Well, hopefully it will come back into the scenes like a Chicago. That was very fun on broadcasting side of things. Very eventful. There's a couple tracks out there that are really like the Las Vegas now. Is really mind-boggling the way that track races. Knuckle to knuckle, lap after lap after lap. So if I'd have to pick two, it would be the new Atlanta and probably Las Vegas would be my
new Atlanta. You just said super speedway.
Yeah, let me just reiterate what he said. Right, the question was, "What's your favorite track?" The first thing he had to do was throw shots at
his
super
negative.
Speedway. Yeah, what he hates the most.
That's right.
So let me answer the question right away, and then to also add on to that, some of his favorite tracks to broadcast is New Atlanta, which is a super speedway.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's still Atlanta. Damn it.
No, because when you drive it, you never lift off the gas.
No,
and it's so boring.
No, it's not super speedway. It's still a mile and a half. Dang it.
Keep telling yourself that, Robert.
I am.
All right. You do that.
Is this track a mile and a half?
It just races like a super speedway.
But it's a mile and a
I
half.
don't know why you said sorry, Stempy. And I don't like super speedways. I'm just really usually always up front at super speedways.
You're a super speedway guru.
Yeah, but I don't enjoy them.
Oh,
I don't think they're fun.
See, don't ask me questions that I've been talking for 10 hours.
Well, I'll give you an opinion, and you guys are probably going to be surprised by my answer, but I'd have to say I agree with you, Chicago, but I really, really enjoy how these things drive at Bristol.
Wow.
In sim for the next gen.
Okay.
I was expecting New Hampshire out of you.
Well, New Hampshire is a home track, and I've already won there. I've not won at Bristol, and I came close back at MPI earlier this year, but I've had a blast racing at Bristol. It was back to the low line, not high line, which was fun. Yeah. I didn't like the high line. It's fun. I like high line tracks, but to me, you want a high line track, you give me Miami, Homestead. Run the wall the whole time. Or Kansas type, run the wall. But I enjoyed Bristol with the low line back because that's what I grew up on was the low line. Bristol, you know.
Yeah. Well, I just like the, when I did the recruitment race for Wicked, I guess a few weeks ago, probably about a month ago now, like it was at Bristol, the one that I did.
Yep.
And it was very like multi-groove racing, which is really nice. Like you can run the bottom or the top.
Mm-hmm.
I personally prefer running the bottom, so I kind of feel you on that. I just like the way that it like flows. When you run the bottom, it dips and then goes up, and yeah, it's almost like a roller coaster ride. Like, and once you get into a rhythm, it's just
fun.
There's a fun feeling. Like, yeah.
It's something about in the in-car view too, being on that banking the whole time. You don't change, even the straightaway, because you're not on the straightaway for that long. It's just you're constantly at an angle.
Well, you guys like Bristol, right? I mean, I like Bristol, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to mention the track, and I want your opinions, and then I'll give you mine. Dover.
Yeah. I know Mr. Brian Johnson would agree with me on that. Would agree with you on that. Dover. He loves Dover. I'm a fan of Dover. I got my first win on the sim at Dover for iRacing.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Dover to me is like I don't know, like I don't dislike racing at it, but I don't necessarily enjoy it, and I think the races in real life are kind of boring there.
They used to be really good though.
Yeah.
There was a time. I mean, Mark Martin had one of the worst outings that became his best outing in the history of his career at Dover. I mean, he actually went a lap down and still finished first. But no, as far as Dover is concerned, I mean, for me, what it kind of gives me the Bristol feel because of the high banks, the high, even the bank in the straights is it's a tough track to learn. But once you've learned it, it's one of those things where the monotony of it actually helps make it a better racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
Especially from the cockpit.
Yeah.
Cedric, what's yours? What do you think?
I mean, I'm gonna go with two tracks that you guys already mentioned. Like, they're my two favorite tracks, and that's obviously Homestead and Vegas. To anybody that knows me, I don't think that's a surprise. And it just so happens that those tracks are typically, like, Homestead is normally one of the championship races, and Vegas is always in the playoffs. So they're usually races that actually like mean something, and not necessarily regular season races. So, typically races with high stakes, and they're just my two favorite tracks. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can I tell you there was a track that surprised me this past year racing at for one of the first times on the sim was Gateway.
No.
I had fun at Gateway. I did.
No.
It's probably because I dominated. That's
now
why.
we're getting into the Bobby argument side of things.
Gateway is a horrendous track.
Oh, come on.
Like, my thing with Gateway is that it's like turn one, I feel like is just like super difficult to set up passes or to make a pass. Like with that track, at least in my experience, like that was the track that I stayed out on 25 lap old tires and held people off for just about an entire run because they just couldn't make the pass. Like it's super easy to defend for positions, and it's probably one of the hardest tracks to actually complete a pass at. And so for that, like, I don't know, there's just because of kind of that whole situation, I'm just not a fan.
All right. I respect that. Robert, by the way, to your super speedway comment, let me tell you, if you get the right group of guys and you have 30 plus at Talladega running 3x3, that's a fun time.
Okay, I can see that. I'm not going to argue that point, but as a broadcasting side of things, and I guess I'm talking more. Yeah, it is so boring. Yeah. People don't realize the struggle that we go through up here when we go to Daytona or Talladega, things like that. Not so much Atlanta. I'll give you. To me, it's still a mile and a half, even though it does race like a speedway. There's more action at Atlanta. You know what I mean? You can't separate much. There. I know you can't the other ones. It's just I don't know. Broadcasting side of things, it's tough. It's like after 2.5 hours, it's like we just want to be done.
I can see that. I can feel that.
It's tough. Because you run out of things to talk about. He's following that guy. 5 laps later, he's still following that guy. 20 laps later, he's
Oh
still
my God,
behind
you
that
made a
guy.
pass.
Oh, look at him. They're going to finally make a pit stop. Yay. You know,
Well, I
it's-
mean, I guess you know, trying to think of my streaming days is like, do you keep like notes on the side so you can talk about individual drivers when you're bored as hell?
yeah, we
You
do.
know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Sam
I
does.
was just wondering, 'cause, like-
I don't. The commentators do. Zach
Yeah.
and Sam, they get all their notes together and look at past history and things like that. That's why, in the future, I know what Adams is doing over there, with the point system and doing things the way he does it there, Rev. But if he can get that stuff uploaded to SimHub, that gives our guys so much more information and data. You don't have to use it for the point system. Just get it there for data. You know what I mean? For us to be able to
Yeah.
look at and go,
Well,
oh,
we'll,
that guy won
we'll
that
shoot
last
him.
year."
Shoot him a PM with that exact terminology.
Well,
and
he should be
might-
watching the broadcast. What's his problem?
Okay. Well,
He just
We
got,
do have
I-
10 people watching
I-
right now.
I
We've
know
been
what he's
consistent.
doing right now. He's with his wife and they're remodeling a bathroom.
Yeah, I
Ah,
seen the
forget
pictures.
that.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's watching.
Well, you can put it.
That
you can
wife
put it
time
on.
is important.
Yeah, remodeling a bathroom is important. Been there, done that. I do that for a living, but yeah. So, yeah,
No,
I'll
thank you.
I'll shoot him a message. But what's funny with Adams is no one knows this. I knew Adams like a year and a half ago. I've talked to Adams. That's how long I've known him. Even before we signed up with you guys for Wicket, he was instantly asking me. He wanted us to broadcast your guys' league. Like he was on top of it. Like because the league that you guys, whatever, we'll just leave it at that. We used to broadcast. So, I mean, it's kind of funny. Just weird how
I
things roll.
That's why I was familiar with you guys before
Right.
we even left over there. And
Right.
then when Adam was talking about the broadcasting, he was very animate about picking Freaky Fast. And I always provide as many options for something as possible.
Of course.
And I had suggested a few others, and
Of course.
he was just like, absolutely not. And I was like, okay, I've watched their stuff. It's great. I'm not saying anything,
Right.
to the contrary. I'm just trying to provide you some options because there are no options.
Yeah, apparently not. I mean, he was on top of me right away, which we appreciate, and I appreciate it. So, it's pretty cool.
Well,
and, and watching from your
he-
season 1 to season 2, how you guys expanded. Whew.
Mhm.
I seen leagues grow, but not as fast as you did. I couldn't even keep up. I was like, I gave up.
Well, I mean, for instance, like right now, if I logged into iRacing, we have applications sitting there. There are other people that want to join.
Nice.
And like I said, we capped it at 35 because we want the growth to be not just organic, but we
Right.
want it to be to where we have that core group of drivers. And I believe in the plans later down the road, we're going to have a developmental series as well.
There you go.
That way, once we've established our core group of drivers who learn to drive together every week, who can provide the best show for your broadcast, we'll be able to do that at a lower level as well, so we can develop these guys to fit in when we lose a driver. And I think that's the fairest way to the new guys coming in. Like nothing against Steven or Cedric here, but if we were already full, we would offer them that lower series to just get your name in the hat, so to speak.
Well, yeah. Get your feet wet.
Well, not just get your feet wet. It helps us learn who our drivers are going to be that come up.
Well, yeah, because you can learn a lot from a driver out there, no matter if they're running the lower series or the higher series as league-wise. You just learn their attitude, how they talk, how they react, and how they drive. Tells you a lot right there. You don't need to know any more about their life. You can just pay attention of if they are going to be fit in or not.
Exactly, because I was really pushing him to put a truck series in for this season, and I was adamant. Of course, I don't air the laundry publicly or anything like that. There's nothing bad about what he says. I really rather not see a truck series because it's not going to build a driver the way we would want. And initially he said that, and I understood it, but I kind of ignored his point. And that point is they're not cars, they're trucks. They do race completely different.
Right.
And the closest thing we have is that Xfinity. I'm not a fan of the Xfinity car.
They're tough to drive.
They are tough to drive, but the more and more I spoke to him about that, the more and more I started to understand his point and where he was really coming from.
Mm-hmm.
So I was out there doing some testing, and then I'm like, okay, now I'm fully on board with it.
Right.
And I don't know what anybody else's opinion about the, here with the broadcaster in your chat, what their feelings are on that Xfinity car. But I feel if you can get comfortable in that car, that's going to make you a much better driver in the Gen 7 car.
As broadcasting, I'll answer this real quick, and I'll let you take over, Stempian, because I gotta get up and use the restroom real quick. But as broadcasting side of things, to me personally, I think the Xfinity cars put on the best show, other than the ARCA cars. If you really want to draw a lot of interest, ARCA, just bring it up. I'm telling you, you'll have people that wanna race it. It is a very fun car to watch and race.
Oh, I'm in agreement there.
Yeah, so that's my two. As a truck wise, I don't know.
It's too easy.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing with the trucks is that it hasn't been touched in so long. The physics in the thing's been there for what now, Stempian and Cedric? What, 3 years, 4 years the last time they touched it?
Yeah, they
maybe
need
longer.
I was just saying, maybe longer.
Yeah.
It's been the same since I've
I mean,
jumped on the service. I mean,
but I mean,
little
if you
tweaking,
look
but
at it though, if you look at it even in real life though, the trucks are very. I mean, there's a reason why they're the lowest kind of out of the top 3 series.
Right.
Like they're pretty easy to drive. They're very, I don't know. I mean, they're just easy to drive. So.
Yeah.
But
I just want to say something really quick. Gavin, that's an EOL for trying to out me.
that is, I do enjoy the Xfinity cars, and that's actually one thing I want to expand on a little bit more because I concentrated so much on Cup cars last year with having the full length season on the Cup, and mixing in some other Cups here and there, and not really getting back to Xfinity because 2 years before, the year before last, I was doing Xfinity leagues on Wednesdays, and I just had a blast. I think those cars are just fun to drive, and good track combos with that car. It's just a blast. But yeah, I mean, the trucks are just easy to drive, and like Cedric was saying, it's just your it's the entry.
On a roll.
Yeah.
What's that?
He's asking
wow,
another
he's
question.
just-
He's just
I know,
on a
he
roll
keeps-
tonight.
He keeps going.
So I will touch on the Xfinity thing. Like there are, in my opinion, like probably the hardest oval car to drive on iRacing. I will say though, from what I've heard, is that they're so far off of what they should drive like, or compared to what they should drive like in real life. Apparently, yeah, like the real life Xfinity cars are drive nowhere close to what it is on iRacing. Obviously, the setups and stuff like that might make a difference, and I don't know if it's only that, but that's just what I've heard over the last few months.
I feel like there was a time where it was pretty close, a couple of years ago, but yeah, I haven't had much experience in the last 6-7 months with them, so I wouldn't know. But I know when I was driving them back in 21, they were fun.
I just remembered they felt like ice skates.
Which is fun. I like something
they
I
would
can
grip
wheel.
until they just didn't. And I mean, as far as that particular car, I think that can teach you how to control the limit of what a car can do. And I think when that translates up to the Cup level, I really believe that can help them become a better driver.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Cup cars don't you don't really have that ice skating feel like you do with the Xfinity, but it does
wish
help
they
you
did.
learn how to catch and save and
Mhm.
counter steer, whatever, in the Xfinity cars. But what did my dad say? If it was 100% your call as a driver and or broadcaster, what would you change to improve sim racing?
Well, I mean, he's asking some tough questions.
The incident system in iRacing.
Oh,
yeah.
there you go. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just the best answer possible.
Yeah. I'd like to see the fixed setups be a little bit better.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I'd like to see the setups be a little bit better across the board in all series, I guess. I don't think I think we could see a little bit better of a job on them. I think the physics are decent right now in some. But, I mean, yeah, I'd say my biggest gripe is the setups. I don't really enjoy the fixed setups that much.
Yeah, that's a good point that you hit there, Stent. It's with the setups. A lot of people complain about that. You know what I mean? That the setups could be used a little bit more tweaking, more work, and everything. And again, we don't know what in the background of what iRacing does back there. I know they put in the time and the effort, and they try to put out the best product out there.
Mhm.
So you got to give them props over there behind the scenes of everything they do. To give us what they give, and everything's gonna have a law. So I'm not arguing that point, but as for a broadcaster side of things, I wish iRacing for broadcasting side, I wish they gave us more data. There are certain things that we don't see in the background that I wish that we could see, like how many sets of tires you guys got left, or how many sets did the driver use. Like we just showed the dash with the steering wheel. Why can't we see that information? Why are we like seeing zeros? You know what I mean? So there's little things in the background that we do a guessing game on because
What percentage
don't
on
know.
tires at the end of a run? I'm sure for you guys would be nice.
Oh, it would be great, and I believe that they have the reasons behind that. Because you got to look at the Coke series, and you don't want to give out a whole bunch of information that other people can go on video on demand later or watch it live. As you got somebody doing crew chief running for $100,000. I mean, that's chump change.
I think that's
there.
the exact reason why they do it.
Oh, of course. I mean, that'd be cheating, basically. I forget what they call that.
Just like getting that guy on the sideline in football reading
plays or calling plays. Yeah. I think where sim racing is at, I know I knock the setups, but I mean, this is, I tell people all the time why, people ask me at, work or whatever, and they see me watching like the broadcast the next day at work or something. They're like, so you sit in a chair for hours? I was like, buddy, if you only jumped in my seat and jumped behind this wheel and just did a couple of laps, you'd see why. Because it's just, it's as real as you're going to get. To drive in a, one of these cars.
Well, you have to be a race junkie to be able to do this. This is, if you're looking to be a driver, and again, we all argue and fight this point that everybody has out there. Is it a sim or is it a game? You know what I mean? And that's a thing that's always going to be out there in chat, in sim world. The way you look at it, because there's certain people that hop on this and all they want to do is race for the enjoyment. They don't look at it trying to go to the next level. You know what I mean? They treat it like a PS5 game. Gran Turismo.
That was the case with using controllers.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? But people do that. That's what they do. They don't care if they wreck somebody else. They're like, oh, I'll just get out of the car and I'll race tomorrow night. Oh, I'll just go sign up for another one.
That's the reason we have the availability to create and run leagues.
Correct.
Is because you can create the atmosphere you want to race in and find like-minded drivers to join that. And back in the day, there, like the Proprius days, there really wasn't the league system that exists today.
True.
And I'm just proud of what I see. I'm proud of, like, tonight being able to watch this particular team drive the way they've been driving, and Nick Crawford here is turning laps on par with the other driver. And I've said it before, I am completely shocked. Now, unfortunately, by the time Cedric gets in the car, I'm going to need to leave here because my wife's going to go to bed. And they got church in the morning, so...
Right.
Getting
right.
in about an hour or so.
Yeah, but you know, but the thing is you know, I'll go back and I'll be watching your stints on the video on demand. So, but here in iRacing, I'm impressed with where the product is, knowing where they can put the product later. And I had mentioned earlier about, you know, how they police incidents. I do not like that system because it's a no fault style system. You know, both parties, regardless who's on fault, get points taken away. And when you have a series of, say, 10, 15 races where you're taken out by some idiot driver that doesn't care, guess what? You know, you get screwed just as much as they do, and it's not, you had nothing to do with it except be in his way of their idiocy.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you know, maybe. How do you fix that, though? I mean, honestly, on their side, how would you fix that? There's really no way of doing it unless, you know, you come up with a system. And I'm shocked that iRacing hasn't done this. But you know,
I think you're gonna touch on something I was gonna say, but go for it.
Put it in the league wise. If you're racing in a league, why can't you gain iRating and iRacing still running in a league, right?
Then people would just boost though.
Yeah, you would definitely.
Okay, good point. Good point.
You went down the road that I was going to mention, but I was going to say exactly what he reacted to myself. So I was going to counteract my own statement.
Yeah. Now that you say it that way, I could see people just cheating the system then.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna piggyback off of what Stem said, where I think for oval side, I think the setups could be better. And then also like the dynamic track, I guess, where like I think the most tracks, like you should be able to run multi-groove or multi-lanes, which you just can't right now on the sim, which is unfortunate. You know, like for example at Homestead, right? Like in real life, you'll always have like Kyle Larson, for example, ripping the wall. Well, on iRacing, it really seems like depending on the season, depending on the changes they made, like there's always a preferred groove, and for a really long time, like. If you do go out there and run the wall, that you're just going to be half a second or a quarter of a, you know, like quarter of a second slower or whatever. Like it's just going to be
your tires off quicker.
And that does feel very unrealistic at that point as well.
Yeah, like I think that, which I mean, can also be the setups. Like I think it's both. Like the setups can be better, but also you should have more options, like Bristol right now, where you can run any lane that you want and just, you know.
And be competitive, regardless of where you choose, right?
Exactly. Put in the driver's hands.
And to that point as well, you know, you also can't expect iRacing to come out with a setup, one fixed setup, for 3,000 different driving styles.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And I don't know how else except to say, instead of just having fixed and non-fixed, have a fixed, partially fixed divisions. You know what I mean? However many divisions it would take to say, like, okay, I want to be able to adjust my tire pressures in a street style.
Yeah. Or,
that way I could...
you can actually do like in-car controls, which right now you can't change the I forgot what it's called. But yeah, you can't do in-car control, like in-car adjustments with the
you would have to do it in the pit or before your race, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And I go ahead.
Oh, and then I was gonna say, and this is gonna change, but I was gonna say more on the road side, like, and they're already going down this path, is making it like having weather really adjusted. Like they're introducing rain, which is super cool. I'm really excited for that, which is gonna change the like how the track is, you know, it's gonna probably clean off the rubber and basically reset it at some point. And then obviously you're gonna have the whole rain racing aspect, which I'm super excited for, and I'm
excited for you.
Yeah, I was hoping it was going to be here for this race, but obviously it's not ready yet, so hopefully, I don't know, Nürburgring or something.
I don't know. It seems like they'll have it ready before the summer, so.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Yes. Oh,
I can't wait
absolutely.
to see
That's
that.
graphic intense right there, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
They
yeah.
don't overdo it because you're gonna have to rebuild a PC just to do it.
Or at least get your graphics card up to date.
Yeah, I mean that's just and cool. I mean, but you also got to remember not everybody out there can afford a $3,000 PC to do this stuff. Because that's where it's coming to, and that's what it is today with computer parts. Because trust me, I've looked at computer parts and looked at things to build and everything, and I'm like,
Collie,
yeah,
I agree.
I would buy it, but then at the same time, I'm like, man, why is it gotta be so expensive? Like, Jesus, this is killing me here.
No, I agree with Collie in chat there. Having a semi-fixed option would be phenomenal, because I know that would help me. Because I do know how to set up a car, but I don't want to have to go through 300 different points of adjustment.
Every single option that they give you.
Exactly.
Mhm.
But I would like to mess with my stagger. Maybe take a little bit of toe in or out, or camber angle, or just do something to maybe even catwalk the rear end. I would like to have those basic jumps at a bump stop. Do what I have to do in order to make the car comfortable to drive.
Yeah. The only problem with that is iRacing, they got a set base, for your program, and they're making money off of this stuff, of course. Any company wants to make money off of it, but everything that we all threw out there would take a lot of coding, a lot of more servers, more server costs, more, things like that. And it's not that it can't be done. It's just a question, do you want to do
Well,
it?
I think a semi-fixed option really wouldn't take that much more coding. It would take the other servers. It would take more server room. But if you think about it, all it's going to do is take the guys that are making those fixed setups, and you take that and then you just open up, instead of grayed out, you open up certain aspects that can be changed.
Or maybe just give each session, right? 3 different setups for that track.
You could do that as well.
Something like that, or like a multiple option. Like, so not everybody's technically running the same one, but you kind of like a little consistent.
Yeah, you could
like,
do
say
a,
if you
a
like the way
loose,
this
a
feels
tight,
over something,
and then a medium.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Something like that.
I like
But
that option
even with
right
that,
there.
you would still have to open up the tire pressures. You'd have to, because you should be able to fine tune that. Because if you say at the beginning of this race session,
Is it your turn yet or no?
No, Nick is doing his last, I guess, stint here before I get in the car.
Stint,
So we are going to look around 12:30, 12:40.
12:30, yeah, should be when I get in the car. So with that being said, I'm actually gonna get out of here.
Yep.
Gonna just go chill, hang out, and get mentally prepared, I guess, for my stint. So
Okay.
yeah, Cedric, good luck, man.
thank you so much for having me in the booth, and hopefully I'll talk to you guys. I'm assuming probably in the last section I might hop back in here if that's cool with you guys.
Oh yeah, you're more than welcome if we're still here.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure in the last hour or so you'll probably come back.
Yeah, I mean, I know
so-
Sam is coming back maybe here for a little bit too. I know Stampian wants to go up and watch you. I don't know if he's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
hang out in the
probably
booth or what he's
I'm gonna do a
doing.
little bit of both.
Yeah, okay.
Hang out, watch them, chill with them for a little bit.
All right. Well, I know Red's got to get going too. His wife's about ready to get to bed. So here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. Since Cedric just got to get ready for his 12:30 stint here on the East Coast, we're all going to step aside, stretch our legs, do what we need to do. Rev, we much appreciate you joining us for your time here at Freaky Fast, giving us your insight and things like that. It was great talking to you, and best of luck on Wednesday night, and hopefully we talk before that.
Thank you very much, Robert. I appreciate the opportunity, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself tonight. I got to watch some amazing racing, got to talk about it with some amazing people, drivers, yourself, and I told you I can talk.
Well, That's what we need when we come to these kind of events. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna sign off. Stempian, thank you again for coming up in the booth here since 8 o'clock and giving your insights and hanging out and talking and running the show for 15 minutes. You did a great job. I was
It's
listening
been a
while I was
pleasure.
taking care of myself, and but we will be back then when Sam gets in. But we're gonna let these guys head off, guys. So I'm gonna put up a little splash screen thing that we'll be out of the office, so quote, for a little bit. But we will be back later on. So stay tuned.
See you guys later. Enjoy the show.
Thank you.
Yeah, take care. Thanks again, Robert. I appreciate you. Steven, Cedric, awesome to talk to you all tonight.
Oh, for sure.
Yes,
It was a
sir.
pleasure.
And Cedric, good luck on your stint there, boss.
I appreciate it. I might need it. We'll see.
That's all right. You're going to do fine. It'll be fine. Forget the fire. Forget the damage. You're fine. All right, guys. Have a good night.
For sure. Thanks, Robert.
What's going on, everybody? It's Sam. I haven't been here for a couple of hours, but coming in to say, hey, how's everyone doing? That's the late night shift, and right now the sun is up. In sim wise, you drivers are finding themselves that it is 7:33. Sunrise was about 15 minutes ago. Currently in the car, Cedric Hunter. Expecting to see that of Nick Crawford get back in, but they know there was talks of Nick being a little bit too tired, so there might be some drivers doing some extra stints to take over that spot. And what's going on, Nigel? Try not to get timed out again. How are you been doing, Nigel? For it's late. I know for me in California it's only 10:27, but it's the middle of the night for most. This is a much nicer time than it was this morning when we first got up, and it was 4:45 for me when I first started. The sun is starting to shine for the drivers. This is when things get kind of interesting. It is the middle of the night for most of the drivers out there, but in sim, daytime is coming up, kind of giving a little bit of an awakening for some of the drivers as they go on. Some updates on how the race has been going. There has been some, been watching a little bit on how also the GT drivers have been taking off. There's been a lot in the last about hour to hour and a half of drivers kind of feeling the fatigue of this race, as we only have that of 6 hours and 13 minutes to go. And drivers are making mistakes. Some of the LMPs have been getting very antsy and actually have pushed off GTs off track. Some GTs have actually ran into LMPs. So I know the conversation when I was hanging out with the drivers for the last couple hours was let's stay calm, relax, and take every pass as easy as you can, as they have themselves 8-lap advantage over that of the Sim Pit Racing Team Blue. Octopus Racing Team Violet has been close at times, but they are now 10 laps down. The rest of the field is 14 or more laps down, which in 4th place, we talked about this team. They were one of the favorites for a chance to win. That was Finding Nemo Racing, who's in 4th right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed how these this so far, part 1 and part 2 and part 3 slowly here coming to a conclusion, as we're going to be resetting the stream here in about, I believe, 30 minutes is when we're going to reset the stream and get us to our final part, our final 6 hours. But it's been a great time. Thank you to all the drivers and special guests that have decided to pop in. This was not scheduled in any way. We really came in here completely blind. Robert and I just knew, hey, we were going to talk at some point. We didn't know if we were going to talk for maybe 30 minutes at most for the whole entire 24 hours, or if we were going to talk for a couple of hours and then be gone for most of the day and then maybe come back for the end to get the drivers' thoughts. But big shout out to Christopher Norris, who showed up in the early portions. I know Mason Hausman came out to join a couple of times. We had Revan come out a couple of times, race control for Wicked Racing League. We had Steven Stympian show up. Hunter Hayward was here. And then all the drivers that are part of Category 5 Esports who are here spotlighting for this session. Big thanks to all of them as well. Well, if you're planning on staying up, this is going to be a long night still. And if you're planning on staying up, you might want to be like me and get yourself a cup of coffee. I am getting ready for the final 6 hours of the 24 hours of Daytona. Got 8 laps leading the charge. And as you can see in the mini map on our top right, the big thing to watch out for is when we're coming up to traffic. That yellow dot is our driver on screen of Cedric Hunter, who is going to be out there for another about 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. And then again, Nick Crawford, which I need to message Nick, because he was asking me when they were going to be done with certain segments. So I need to message him and let him know, hey, you might want to start to get ready. First, I'm going to see if he's He was deaf and mute in Discord with the group, and it looks like he's undeaf and mute. So we have him back. But hopefully everyone's been enjoying their day so far. I'm gonna have the chat in front of me. I'm planning on staying up for the last 6 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna be talking for the whole entire time. We might be bringing in drivers, talking to them, but I'm planning on staying up for the rest of the race. I've been up for most of the race. I took a 2-hour nap. We had part 1 that came out. We started up part 2, which was the final bit, and took about a 2-3 hour nap, and then came back and I was hanging out with the drivers for most of part 2. Part 3, we had a little bit of talk with Robert, myself, and said that Steven Stimpian and Hunter Hayward. Then I stepped away as we were kind of getting a little bit crowded, too many cooks in the kitchen, you could say. And so I bounced out, let the guests come in and shine. I got to say, great conversations we got to have there. We had Revan come back in, and he certainly was making things a lot more interesting. And his experience in real life has been a joy. I mean, going back and listen to the conversation, Cedric Hunter joined in the fray. The chat was going crazy. But yeah, we're excited to see how the end of this race is going to go, staying out of trouble the best that they can. I've been studying for an insurance license exam, so my sleep schedule has been messed up the last few days. Honestly, my sleep schedule has been messed up for a while, and I thought this was going to be the weekend that I fixed it until I realized, oh shoot, we got this 24-hour event, and I was like, well, I guess I can fix it another weekend. Maybe I'll fix it during the week, we'll find out. As seen some small battling. Right now, Category 5 is having behind them, that's Finding Nemo. Used to be a battle for positions that matter, but now just watching them have fun. Alright, now I've got my whole entire screen set up the way that I can see the track map for myself. I also can see chat, broadcast feed, my actual iRacing feed if I want to look around and see what's going on. And just of note, we started this race off for this stint. I don't know what number stint this is that the team got into. It's kind of a mid to low 2K strength of field, so it's a little bit above average, but not a crazy strong field. And there were some drivers that came in that quote unquote tanked their I rating to be in a lower stint, hoping for a good run. That team was Podium Hunters that found themselves being taken out when their 4th driver hopped in and wrecked back all the way. I believe that was the end of hour 6 where we saw that incident happen. And as well, we were watching battling our team here, that Finding Nemo Racing. They have spent a lot of time getting their car fixed. They had one bad mistake that put them where they got wrecked out. I think it was their 5th, 3rd, or 4th driver that hopped into their vehicle and spun out, got into a wreck. And they were actually, Finding Nemo Racing, probably one of the favorites, in my opinion, in the first about 4 to 5 hours. Their pit strategy was incredible. They were actually going to cut down on a full pit stop, 1 full pit stop, or maybe even 2 full pit stops. And that was a great winning strategy. Only thing, they wrecked. So it didn't work out. Put them 14 laps down. They're currently 15, trying to unlap themselves to put themselves just 14 again. And they've been running pretty fast. Category 5 haven't been pushing themselves. Cedric Hunter is in the car, but we're expecting here in the next about 10 minutes to see Category 5 Esports head into pit road, have a driver swap where we're expecting Nick Crawford to get in. Nick's going to be a little bit tired heading into this run, so we're hoping that Nick can at least survive through the race, but there's been a lot of fatigue running through this field. But updates. So we started out, like I said, with 48 drivers that started out this field. It was split between GT3s and as well that of the LMP hybrids. We are now left with a total of 21, I believe, vehicles that are running out there on track. And the majority of them are the GTs. There's only 9 LMP hybrids that are still running. So there's a little bit of flip-flopping going on right now as Cedric's getting himself situated. And I believe just saw something on my feed go down, which gives me the indication that Robert might be here, which I know we need to make a swap at some point to go to our final part of this 24-hour event. A big thanks to you, the audience, who have chimed in and been a part of the conversations. You've also been joining us in the booth at times. You've really made it a lot more fun and enjoyable for us to, you know, in ways kill time, but also just make this experience a fun joy of an event. So far, the team has ran that of 673 laps, about to complete this lap and start 674. Based off of my timer that's estimating, it's constantly adjusting for almost every lap to every 5 laps on what it thinks that we might have on total laps put down at the end of this race. It's been fluctuating between 920 laps to 934 laps. Right now it's at 930 laps that it's expecting us to put in, but that can obviously change, especially on the fact that you get to the end of these races and drivers, based on pit stops, they might have to push an extra lap or 2, while other times you've timed the clock right and you actually can take away about 1 to 2 laps. So we're starting to see the LMP hybrids a little bit closer, as the one in front is going to be that of Core Autosports. Core Autosports has been involved with a couple of shenanigans today, and they're hoping that shenanigans won't continue on. A little bit of puff of dirt from drivers further up would have their troubles. And right now, I gotta say, for Cedric Hunter and that of Category 5, was hanging out with them. Again, a lot of conversation of how do they want to take this final stint. Vincent Sora, almost immediately after he was done with his stint a few hours ago, he went straight to bed. Like, if I'm going to run this race, I need to make sure that I am awake and alert. I didn't want to see the bus stop, and let's see 3 different bus stops and guess wrong on which one he was aiming for. Again, seeing some traffic with Category 5. They're hoping to get by this traffic, get away from the trouble, because they do not want to be around other vehicles. You are, at this point, with 6 hours left, you want to be as far away from everyone else, as they are almost 3 wide with the hybrids, and Cedric Hunter, smart thing, backs out of it, catching up to another LMP hybrid. And at this time, we bring in the producer, who has been the most busiest of us all. Got Robert Moyer with us. Robert,
Yeah.
Man, happy middle of the night racing. How
Yeah.
are you feeling as we're getting ready for part 4 to start here very shortly?
Well, honestly, I am exhausted, Sam. I went downstairs and took a little bit of a break, and got a drink and things like that, and I almost fell asleep on the chair.
Oh, I would not be surprised.
So I told the wife, I said, I gotta flip the stream over at 2 o'clock for the next 6 hours. I'll talk for a little bit, and I am going to bed because I gotta be back up at 6 to end the stream. So.
Oh, honestly, I was completely expecting you to do that for the final part.
Yeah.
I was planning on, you might be bringing in drivers throughout the night. I know a lot of them are going to be just hunkering down, trying to focus. Because I know for Nick, he's supposed to be getting in the car here in the next 5 to 8 minutes. He was sounding tired. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we don't see the driver swap with how tired Nick was sounding. There could have been talks of maybe changing up of Cedric taking an extra stint and Zach maybe taking an extra stint. I know there's might be conversations in that, as heading into pit road is going to be Finding Nemo Racing, who's putting a lot of pressure on that of Cedric Hunter. But yeah, I mean, I would have been back talking.
Oh no,
I kind of got distracted because we were watching UFC fighting in the drivers quote unquote lounge, you could say, of us just watching UFC fight and also some motocross. So I think everyone's trying to get their Daytona out for a second. because when you're only watching the race for 24 hours, you can go a
Mm.
little bit crazy.
Yeah, I think if I go back and look, I think I've talked for almost 10 hours now. Uh,
At least.
I am burned out. Like it's physical for drivers out there. You know, you're doing this a lot worse than us. At least we get to sit back and relax and just talking into a microphone. You know, them guys are out there doing, you know, battling left, right, cars, this, that, God, pit stops, and make sure this is set up right, and you're holding on to the wheel for, you know, for 2 hours at a time. So it's more grueling for them, you know, out there on track, but it's grueling for us in the background here too. So
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, it's been at the same
been
time, it's
fun.
been long, but yeah, I mean, we've had some really interesting conversations that
Yeah,
I
can't
was not
wait.
expecting. Like I don't, Robert. I know, like start of the
Yep.
week, that was nothing that we were
No,
expecting at all
no,
today.
not even close. And I said it, you know, I know a lot of people ain't gonna go back and watch this on video on demand because, be honest with you, Sam, like I told the wife, I said, who's gonna go back and sit and watch a 6 hour stream? Like, really, honestly, no one really does that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's gonna be up there to go through the highlights, you know, of the race and things like that. But yeah, we both never thought that, and the support that other leagues gave and came out and just wanted to hang out and just chat, enjoy their Saturday night watching, you know, iRacing with their Daytona 24 with Category 5. I mean, it was pretty interesting, and we got some knowledge on the cars from Zach Hall. Rev gave us some insight knowledge on tires, and I mean, I got a cyclopedia that I could have made after tonight.
Oh, I mean, there was so much knowledge. I got to say, when I was stepped aside and I was just watching the broadcast, I was thoroughly enjoying your guys' conversation
Yeah,
with Rev and Cedric, and also Stimp being in there,
stamping.
and talking about, you know, some of the drivers back in the day, and just talking about history of NASCAR and top of just history of racing. And that was, you know, we kind of knew in the back of our mind coming into this. We were like, okay, we want to broadcast this 24 hours, but let's just have a conversation. That's all that we really want. Maybe a
Chat.
little bit of commentating
Yep.
in between, but let's just have a fun conversation. And this is blown out of the water perfectly of what we kind of wanted for tonight. And I'm happy that, you know, chat's enjoying it. Um, we're happy that you've been here for the majority of the time, Steve. Nigel, thanks for joining in when you have been able to. It's been a pleasure to have you guys in the chat, because it honestly makes our job so much easier when we got people to just talk to, and you know, chime in every once in a while, on top of us giving you updates on how this race has been going. That's kind of been a dominating race at times, because of the unfortunate situations that happened to other drivers. But I know for Category 5, they're still a little bit stressing, knowing that they're trying to take it to the end, but there's a lot of relaxed energy in that driver's lounge, just trying to hang out, have some fun, and mainly just keep their energy high enough that they can, you know, race as well as they can and get this car around this track.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, started out a little not rough, you know. They qualified on the pole and worked their way up through and was battling with podium, you know, there for a while, and they looked fast. But you know, now we're at the point here. You know, it's just take it easy. They're 9 laps ahead of the field. There's no reason to put yourself in a bad situation. We said it again, and you see Cedric back out and everything. But you know, I might have to go get my sunglasses now because we now have the sun coming up, and you know, we broadcast iRacing, you know, 4 to 5 days a week, right, Sam? I mean, but how often do we see the sunrise come up? We always see the sunset, but very seldom do we see a sunrise.
Yeah, I think the only times that I really see the sunrise is either hosted races, or you know, a few weeks ago for the official races, they were having trucks, and also they were having cup cars, the next gen cup cars at Talladega, and they had those sessions in the morning time. I think that's the only time that
Hmm.
you really get to see it. But the true, you know, night, you know, day to night to day cycle, we've got to see and to experience. And That was something also we were talking when I was talking to the drivers. We were trying to calculate when exactly sunrise was going to be, and who was going to be on that stint, which was going to be Cedric Hunter, and Cedric was going to be the last driver that could try to possibly go for the fastest time for their team. Right now, Vincent Sora has the fastest time for himself, which is a 1 minute 31 second .661 time. And compared to the rest of the field, Finding Nemo was the closest one, being 0.2 off of that time. But Finding Nemo, 15 laps down. And they're going to need, and they've been saying it as well, the rest of the field, if they're going to have any chance to try to beat Category 5, they're going to need Category 5 to get caught up in a wreck in some way, in some fashion. Yeah. But based on the way that I've been seeing these drivers run and the way that they've been catching up to traffic, not trying to put themselves in any risky situations, they're doing everything that is right in the handbook of trying to survive these endurance races.
Yeah, and you're getting down to the nitty gritty, like you said, Sam. We're gonna soon here end this stream and get up part number 4 here, the last 6 hours of the event. So, each hour's counting down, and you start stressing over it. Okay, let's not do this and let's not do that, because we've seen in other streams and other things, people have unfortunate things happen. An hour to go in the race, 30 minutes to go in a race. Things do happen.
Yeah, and I take in the experience that I had last week. I was spotting and kind of crew chiefing for Christopher Norris, who we got to talk to at the start of the broadcast, and I was helping him with his roar before the 24, which was much slower cars, but running here at Daytona and giving you kind of the feel of a much smaller Daytona race, as seeing some drivers going off into the grass. There again, that fatigue starting to kick in, but for that race, and Christopher Norris was running in second, and we kept on telling him, hey, anything could happen, just keep your nose down, hope for the best. And something did happen. The leader actually got caught up in a wreck, like with 15 minutes left in their 2-hour and 40-minute race, and Christopher Norris came away with the win in that race. So it was a big old, oh wow, yeah, you know what, that is true, anything can happen. And
what in the world
for our drivers, Cedric's got bored. He's trying to entertain himself. He's trying to get the juices out. He's got that is he's just trying to get it out of his system.
Okay.
I'm looking to see, because they should be.
Nick's coming in.
Out. Yeah, and I believe Nick is coming in. So Nick feels like he's got enough energy. He's gonna try to get out there and survive the best he can. I'm not surprised. Cedric's gonna have some fun. I think everyone's gonna have some fun at this point. You're trying to do things to keep yourself awake. That is the goal.
Right. And I got a funny feeling I'm gonna go downstairs and I'll have it on my phone, just to pay attention to the stream through my phone and hopefully fall asleep. But 9 out of 10, I'll probably lay there for a freaking hour.
I got a good feeling you're gonna fall asleep almost immediately.
I feel it hard. Honestly, I feel very drained, and I probably sound drained.
I think I've been sounding drained all day.
Oh, well, yeah, you've been up since, you got a 2-hour nap. You're like me. Yeah, you've been up since 4. I got a 3.5-hour nap. You went on, what, a 2.5, two-hour nap?
About a 2-hour nap.
Oh, my goodness. We are crazy. Whose idea was this again?
I believe it was yours.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Why do I get blamed for everything?
We were gonna watch them either. The thing was, we said we were gonna watch them either way. Right. Why not just stream it?
Yeah.
And that certainly. We certainly have been streaming it.
All right. Well, we're gonna see what Nick does. Let's let this car. I would just back out, let him go. No point in racing them.
Yeah, that's a Finding Nemo machine that's been one of the fastest so far on track. They have been flying. And I like I said was earlier when I was kind of giving a recap, for Finding Nemo, they were at one moment in those first 5 hours of this race, they were probably the favorite team to watch out for with the way their fuel stint was looking. But then kids caught up in a wreck, and it all went up in smoke.
It went poofy.
Yeah.
I'll put my my mouth to the microphone. Poofy, poofy.
You are losing it, Robert.
Oh God, it's tough back here, man.
Well,
And this is why we always get a crew together when we do endurance races, because I can't physically do this and do the other thing. It's mind stressful.
oh yeah, it is a lot.
But hey, like you said, we were going to watch it anyways. I already had plans. I was like, oh, who's streaming it? Great. And they're like, well, Cedric would, but he's not going to do it this year. I'm like, wait, what? No stream? Like, we're not going to be able to watch these guys race? Well, yeah, right. I don't care if I had to put the stream up and walk away from it and just restart it every 6 hours. Whoopie-doo. I don't care. At least I'm watching it.
Yeah, exactly. Or you have the ability to go back and watch it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, at which I would have done. I would have wanted to see what happened, even though we would have got the insight later on, anyways. And found out they won where they finished. But I don't know. I just like watching these endurance races, especially with other broadcasters. Because I was actually downstairs not watching our stream. I was actually watching race spots. A little bit of what was going on over there with their stents and everything like that. So, but they got more class cars than more classes than we do.
They have a full crew. I'm pretty sure they have like a swapping crew that watches every I think they switch out every 2 to 3 hours.
That's crazy.
And so it is a full, all hands on deck for a spot. I know also for the first 6 hours, they were both covering the first top split and as well the second split. And then I don't know what happened to the second split stream. They stopped streaming that, but they just went full bore on covering first split. And I've been periodically popping my head in there, and yeah, that's a lot more work than what we're doing. I much more prefer this type of just chill, hang out. We're watching. Yes, we're focusing on just one team, but we're giving you updates on how this race is going.
Yeah.
And
unless I was getting paid a lot of money, then it might be different.
Yeah, man. If we were getting paid a lot more, money to do this, then maybe then we could put a little bit more time.
Yeah, exactly. See, you hear money, I think ching ching.
My brain went to how do I get stats and notes and all the details I need to make this. And then I realized, no, I can't. I don't think I could do that. We would need at least a team of 8 and be swapping periodically, because I don't think my voice would be able to handle it to be my energetic self at all times.
Oh, I wouldn't be able. No, there wouldn't. That one, we would have a whole crew, like they would. There's no way I would ask anybody to do anything like that. Sitting back here doing all this and running all the controls for 6 hours. I did it 6 hours, and that was rough. And I learned my lesson once, and I was like, here I am doing it again, of course, but that was my decision. But when we did our last year's Daytona 6 hour, I was like, after that, I was like, guys, I can't do that again. Not to give a good product on. I mean, this is not, good product, but this is just for us, for having fun with chat and people who jump in and out, you know what I mean? But if we were physically doing a product, no way. Absolutely. No thanks.
Yeah. Our usual 5 days a week broadcasts, would be a lot different than this. But it's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
So how'd your practice race go?
Oh, well, we were practicing at the Glen. It was just a practice session where we can get in. Everyone just tries to run some fast laps. And a big thing we're out trying to help Tyler and Norris. We were watching some of the faster drivers. Because Norris and Tyler, they thought they kind of knew the gear ratios you were supposed to be in at certain parts of the track. And we were testing out different gear ratios on different parts, kind of copying other drivers. And after spending about an hour of testing, we realized, okay, I think we're as good as we're going to be, but we're kind of missing, which was kind of funny. At the time, Mason Holzman, who's going to be one of the fastest drivers to watch out for on Wednesday night for what we were practicing for, he was in the booth at the time, so we weren't getting any good knowledge from him being in the practice session, nor was Gavin Rogers, the 2 fastest guys we're watching out for. And then we're also expecting Stimpy in and Cedric to be fast, but Stimpian was in the booth and Cedric was out on track racing. So it was like we're getting no help from the fast guys.
I'm
So we
sorry.
kind of were like,
I
we're kind of
sold
like, you know
everybody.
what? We're gonna come back on Wednesday, reconvene, we'll watch and learn from the fast drivers, and maybe we'll get enough information on during the practice session before I have to hop in the booth and Norris gets ready for qualifying, and then see if we can get any faster. We're trying to recreate the magic of the Sonoma race for season 1 at Wicked, where Norris finished second and almost won that race.
All right. Well, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we got 5 minutes that I got to switch this stream over. So we're going to take a 5-minute break here. We're going to end this stream. Make sure you go to the Freaky Fast on YouTube and click on part number 4 and just wait there, and we will come back live and get ready for the next 6 hours of this race here at Daytona International Speedway, the 24-hour event here with Category 5, brought to you by Freaky Fast Broadcasting. Stay tuned. We will be right